Sarà relativamente.
Okay, so I think we have a live shot going on in Liberia. We are preparing for day 2. If you were tuned in yesterday, you know that the Liberian team has gone through rounds 1 through 5. It was 1 through 5, I believe. And a lot of great, exciting games. It was a long day. It was definitely a long day. So today we're picking up from round 6 through 9. And I am just waiting on my counterpart, Ryan. And we'll bring games 1 through, I believe we'll bring one.
So we're live.
We'll bring games 1 through 4. I'm going to change the screen here so we can see what's going on. How are you?
Hi. So we're live now, and we are seeing. Well,
Yes.
this is our top board, in focus.
Mm-hmm. How are you this morning, Ryan?
I'm good. I'm good. I actually got a good night's sleep, and
Same here.
yes, I'm looking forward to a really strong finish in terms of like the tournament. We have 4 rounds today. 4 exciting rounds. I expect yesterday was very exciting, especially the last game that ended in, I must say, a bittersweet ending for that young lady. Being up trying to go for the win, and just ended up stepping in a one goal, which was very heartbreaking for her. But that's just the ups and downs. But yeah, so we have the board 1 game here, and this is between I think Peter Master, if I'm not mistaken. The, the game that we have now on display is between Peter Master Jacob, which is white on board 1, and James Campbell, which they are the tournament leader at the moment. I think at the moment we have 3 players tying and 4 points, 4 out of 5. That's Jacob, James, and David. David, as we have mentioned before, I think it's the current or former national champion of Liberia.
Okay.
So we're not seeing any movement at this point on the board. So we'll go back and see if we can load another game.
Okay. Sounds good.
As we're just looking for the action. And
So I believe I know we were highlighting the leaderboards. Okay.
Currently not seeing much movement, so what we're going to do is that we're going to go straight to the live footage to see if we can pick up what's happening there. And again, this is one of the things that we constantly mention. Sometimes with technology, it's in now, it's out now. I mean, just something as simple as the, the internet or bandwidth can easily just break your connection. So
Hmm.
we are looking to see something live coming in from if we probably can get a close up on one of those top boards to kind of highlight what is happening there to our viewers.
Okay, looks like we have an inside shot here.
Yeah. Um, would love to get a closer view of that game. I'm not sure if that is a board one game at the moment.
Okay, so I think they will provide to us which board we're looking at so we can match up digitally on the digital platform. And I'm trying to, let's see, is that a better view?
That camera seems to be frozen at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, so they're
But
trying to work out the
yeah,
they're trying to work out the details. So I'm sure we will be able to capture and give a great commentary, move by move.
yeah.
You did a fantastic job. I appreciate you.
Well,
So I'm looking
the
forward
players
to,
play some exciting games. I mean, in chess, you can
yeah.
have games in play and then there's games in play. But when there's excitement, I mean,
Hmm.
regardless of the commentary, you're going to feel that excitement, you know?
Yeah,
Especially if you're
exactly.
into the game and you see those highs and you see those lows. I mean, and that's one of the things I love about chess, being able to. I like to say chess allows you to express yourself, and it's an expression, and that's the art in it. You'll have 1,000 persons playing probably the same opening, and they will give their own expression of that particular opening. Um, if you're an aggressive player, it's going to come out on the board. If you're a passive player, it's going to come out on the board. If you're
Hmm.
defensive, whatever your style is, you get
It
to
shows
express
up in
it
your
on the
game.
board. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of time persons will tell you can know someone's personality from playing them a game of chess.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I sit and I'm supposed to sit with you and I play your game of chess. Within by the time that game ends, I can get a good prediction what type of person you are, based off
Right.
your personality, based off your style of chess. And especially if you know how to play chess. And even if someone who is
Hmm.
not that great of a chess player,
Hmm.
will still pick up little hints from them and their personality, their different personality traits.
Ryan, I think you froze a little bit. Unless, okay, there you go. Now you're moving.
Yeah.
This morning has been a little crazy for technology. So I don't know whether it's just something in the air or what's going on, but we're
Probably
working
something
out.
out of space.
Mhm.
Probably to do with something out of space.
Yeah, yeah. So today I have my Run Your Miles T-shirt. I don't know if you can see this. This is our old logo, but
Yeah.
really, this is where it all started. The Run Your Miles project that was formed shortly after. If you know the story, I lost my brother to colon cancer, and we wanted to do something just in memory. And we started out with the Run Your Miles project, and that project focused mostly on caregivers who provided family members that provided care for family members that was going through cancer treatment. Because if you've ever been unfortunate enough to either have cancer or have loved someone who's had cancer, you know how much of a it's definitely an experience that you will always remember. It's difficult, and to be a family member and a caregiver, it's just doubly difficult. And so our objective was in the Run Your Miles project was to provide support to caregivers. So we're still developing that program, but it got a little dicey. So we wanted to do something brought the joy of his memory, which is chess, because he's a chess lover and absolutely enjoyed chess. So, just for anyone that doesn't know, USMCL is actually the evolution of the Run Your Miles project, which was in support of my brother in memory of him and celebrating his love for chess. So, from there, here we are. And I love it because now, as I look at the chess players, I learn more about habits and personalities. You think that it's just him, but as a chess player, you can see the familiar habits and the familiar personalities. So I love it because it brings his memory back, while at the same time you see the development in others. So we all are here just trying to do good. Just trying to do good work. So just want to say that's the Run Your Miles. Look for us along with the USMCL.
Great, great, awesome. Um,
Mhm.
and we now have a board back on stream, so if we can make that one a little bigger, then we can probably jump in to see what's happening there. I'm not sure what
Yes.
board number that is. I would love to get a look at our top board um, at the moment, but I mean, so
Okay.
our behind the scene arbiter is going to try and shuffle that so we can get a closer look at it. But yeah, I mean, chess will do that to you. And one of the things I tell you is that chess is just this lifetime thing. I mean, once I I was told there's this term they used to use that said once you get bitten by the chess bug, that's it. you know, once that chess bug bites you, that's it. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no going back.
I mean, I say that, chess players are really the most committed athletes in every way, just in every way. All you have to do is mention chess to a chess player and they're there. And we laugh because even my nephew, my brother's son, he laughs because he understood that for his father it was about chess first. Life, everything kind of wrapped around his game plan. And so he was committed. And there's a lot of people that are like that. I don't know what it is about chess. Like you said, it's a chess bug. But anyway, it looks like we're back online. We've got a great visual of what's going on. So, Ryan, I'm going to turn it over to you to tell us what's going on.
All right.
You can zoom in.
Right.
Yep.
So this is a visual of board six, and if we remember, I mean, I think board six is going to Joe. That's Prince and Joe or Pin. Let's see if we can get that person. And I think the games are actually back and um, ID chess is back up. So we should be able to share so our viewers can also get a better look at those boards. So let me in.
Okay.
Let me present that. All right. Um, so we have these boards that are live. Let's go with, so this is board two.
Okay.
So
Board,
this is
board
board
two.
two. Yep. And we have some. So this is one of the things you play a full day of tournaments. You come out, you have your typical style of play. You normally have like, all right, I'm a D4 player, I'm an E4 player. But then after day one, you'd have seen that players would have gone home, done their homework, and they're coming out now with secret weapons. They're coming out now with preparation, especially when you know who you're going to be playing from the
Mm-hmm.
day before. So this is what we call prep chess, is when you're able to prepare for your opponent. So here we saw White coming out with B3. I didn't think we seen sign B3 yesterday in the opening. So we're seeing
Mm-hmm.
something completely new from the white side, and we're seeing where black, black is dealing with it pretty well because I think white just dropped a pawn here because white just applied some pressure and the knight on c3 and the knight dropped back to b1 and now black seems to be losing a pawn here. Yeah, that's one
Mm-hmm.
pawn down and sometimes doesn't take more than that. Your opponent's breakthrough, but the pawn that white just lost is not any typical pawn. That's a pawn on where the king is cast. So it's like your opponent just broke into your house.
Wow.
That's what you just have happening. Like the king castle run to safety where you think that life is going to be better on this side of the board, and your opponent just said no, it's not, and they just broke straight into your house.
Hmm.
So that castle wall is down, and you lose another wall in the castle, and before you know it, you're no longer in a castle. So white is trying to counter on the king side. But really and truly, what white should be doing here is literally trying to open the center. Like when we talk about someone having an advantage, we should also focus on what compensation do we have. One of
Okay.
the white's main problem is that all their pieces are still on the background.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So all these pieces are still just on the background. You're able to see my board clearly, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so all these pieces are still, I realize that it's not allowing me to interact with the, oh, wait a second. There's something I did yesterday that allowed me to interact more with the board. Let me see if this is, no, that's not it. Um, Game view. Yeah, but if you notice, white should really be trying to break the center open to expose this black king in the middle of the board. That should be white's main compensation in this position. So,
And so, how would he go about doing that? Would he, as you say, advance the pawn and
no.
sacrifice in order to?
So, what you do is that when you're opening lines, you have to take. So, pawn pushes normally lock the center, but if you take, you're forced to take, and you try to open the center. The
Hmm.
problem is, it's hard to open the center when all your pieces are still stuck on the background.
Oh, I see.
So,
Yeah.
so white has a major problem of his pieces. The only piece that is off the background is really the queen and this bishop here. Everything else is still stuck behind. And if you look at the black side, every single piece for black, minor pieces and the queen, are out and about doing what they do best, which is to create problems for white. So
Hmm.
g4, um, after g4 here, black now decided to, hey, I'm going to castle on the queen side, just connecting the rook. Again, black really didn't need to castle. Black could have just continued his attack, just because white is not creating any problem for black. And if you don't create any problems for your opponent, it's going to be very difficult to win. Um, it seems as if he's coming over here, but there's going to be no way to break through this side. So even if they push, take, you can't take back because you're losing the rook. So there
Hmm.
was no breakthrough for the white side. So in this position, black would have been completely fine with just continuing his attack. And like I say, the attack is really about just opening those lines, more
Right.
lines leading to the king. So whether it comes in the form of c5, c4, a5, a4, just creating some more open lines leading to that king. And believe
Hmm.
me, once you get to the king, it's like a can of worm. If you want to get to the worm, you have to open the can. And the king is in the can,
Oh,
you know?
now that's a horrible visual. Good. It's
So,
still morning. Okay. Yeah.
so that's it right now. So now if you notice, White is getting his problem solved. So White is trying to fix his problem of getting these pieces off the background.
Okay.
So he just got the knight out, he got the bishop out, the queen is in a better space, and he's getting them off. So now if he can get this knight up, so we see where white is just solving these problems. Well, white just move the queen. I mean, a better move again, just get the pieces off the backhand, you know? You have to get those pieces into the game. So probably knight from b1 to up, probably move your king up, put the rooks over here. This is an open line. Open
Right.
files are pretty much where you want to target things. I remember saying yesterday in one of the games that I just simply put my pieces and in lines where they target valuable pieces. You can imagine if I get my king here, if I get my knight here, my king up, and my rooks start coming over, my rooks are in line with the queen and the king. It doesn't get
Right.
any better than that. Just putting your rooks in line with very valuable pieces is enough to give you an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so here we see white, black open in the center. And again, your attack is on the queen side. We have no reason to open the center. Our attack is on the queen side. That's where you really want to focus all your energy, on the queen side. Open more lines on this side. The best way to counter any wing attack is normally in the center of the board. So, believe it or not, what black is doing is countering his own attack.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. So we see black opening the center. White say, "Hey, my rooks are now active. Before those rooks were not doing anything, but now all of a sudden my rooks are now active. I have an open file." And again, we talk about compensation. When you
Right.
find yourself playing a game of chess, you have to look and say, even if I'm down a pawn, what do I have to show for it? Right? And that's
Mm-hmm.
compensation. So
Okay.
Greek has now gained massive compensation from being in a completely losing position.
Okay.
That has just simply been through activity. Black just allowing white to activate the pieces. And pieces are shuffling around, the knight's coming out the background. Now look, remember we looked at the game before and we saw that every single one of white pieces were on the background? Well,
Right.
all of white pieces are off the background. And
Yeah, I'm
black
noticing
doesn't
that.
have
Mm-hmm.
much to show for it now. So white position just kept getting better. That check doesn't do anything, it seems to put the king to a safer square. And now your bishop is actually hanging. So your pieces are no longer coordinated. So if you notice, this bishop is not protected by anything. This knight is not going anywhere. Can't go here. Can't go anywhere. So your pieces are now losing harmony, and that's something we look for in chess: is the harmony of the pieces. How well do they work together? You know,
Gotcha.
we're not getting a lot of harm. The harmony of the black pieces aren't quite working together. Um, Knight here. I would have really preferred. I see the idea of knight here. I think white wants to move this knight here, but you could have done it the same way. Remember that saying, never a mate with a knight and a eight? Well, I guess you could
Mm-hmm.
have just moved the knight back here, and the idea is to swing the queen over and put pressure on this hanging bishop.
Okay.
The queen comes back, and yeah, so the idea was clear that he wanted to get the knight on d2 to the c3 square. So he moved this knight to, again, harmony of pieces. Pieces
Mm-hmm.
working together. One piece realized that, hey, I'm not doing such a good job on this square, and I am comfortable moving away to allow for another piece to take the job, take that square over. And that's teamwork. Sometimes we realize that, there's somebody else on the team that could be doing a way better job than I am doing right now. And that's what White has been doing for the species. The species are moving, they're coming off squares, moving on to other squares to allow for other pieces to take control of those squares who will do a better job at it. And
Okay.
that's pretty good play by White. White has just been improving his position very slowly but surely. All right. So, and that's all you need to do in chess at times. You just need to look at your pieces that are not doing such a great job and just move them to squares so they will do a better job there.
So
That's
that
it.
they get into the fight is what you're
So they
saying.
get into the fight. Exactly. Everybody has to play a role.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get those pieces playing a role, then I mean you're good. That's it. That's it. And that this is now the live game. So we're now at this point more likely white will capture back the rook, taking back the file. So white says, "Hey, I'm going to take with the knight." And I see the idea behind here, taking with the knight, but I mean, no, you don't have anything on the file.
Okay.
Um, I think probably white wants to play knight here, and go after this bishop. So the idea of taking here with the knight is to cover the e3 square so that you can play knight to c3, knight to e2, and this bishop is going to be kicked out of the game. But the bishop can always just slide back. So it's a lot of moves to just attack a bishop. It's
Okay.
just a simple move. And unless for some reason black plays a move that end up trapping the bishop if he doesn't see the plan, like probably making a move here to attack the queen, and then all of a sudden you realize the queen comes back, and then your bishop is now going to be trapped. So I'll still go with the idea of knight to c3, and that's the knight a to c3 to come back here, right? And that's a really good part of chess. It's just your pieces work together. How well can I coordinate? And chess is kind of like management in it. You're the manager of all these pieces, and you have to make sure that if they're going to accomplish a task, you're the one who have to set those parameters. You have to make sure that you are working, you are allowing these pieces to operate at their full
Mm-hmm.
potential,
Mm-hmm.
right?
I always call that getting the right, not just getting the right people on the bus, but getting the right people in the right seats on the bus.
There you go. So it's more than just getting them on the bus. They have
Right.
to also be in the right seat. That's a good one. Yes, you
Right.
have to make sure that those pieces are on the right seat.
Yeah.
I don't like this h4 push because even though it attacks the bishop is just going to simply move back. But not only that, you also give this dark square bishop an extra square. So
Okay.
it has an extra flight square. And that's one of the things in chess. When you make moves, I like to say to my students that a game of chess is about three things: time, space, and harmony. Every move you make is basically taking up time. Um, every piece on the board is occupying space, and then the harmony is how well those pieces work together within that time and space.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's just a simple way to break it down, and that's how you get to then justify every move that you make. And
Okay.
that move that we've just made didn't really justify, didn't do much for the white side more than it gave up the g5 square. So it gave up space. And not
Mm-hmm.
only did you give up space, you lost time in doing it. All right. So that's a game that's going on. If I'm able to see back the live game, probably something else. Let's see if I can bring up another game.
Okay.
So what's happening? All right. So if I go back here, I was able to interact a little bit more with the boards last time. So this is board three. Board three is into our end game. Into our end game here. Yeah. Not able to interact. So I'm not getting everything that I got yesterday with the board. So it's a little different today. Um, so this end game is saying let's right. First thing when we go into end game, the first thing we do we call material. So this looks completely winning for white based off the material count. White is up 2 pawns and an exchange, and not just 2 pawns, but this pawn is literally one step away from promoting, and this knight is one step away from getting captured. So the knight is also what we call pin. It can't move out of the way because then you'll be putting the king in danger. So
Mm-hmm.
black's best move in this position is going to be to try and save the knight. But unfortunately, if you save this knight, you're losing this pawn also, which is about to also get promoted. So um, yeah, white is completely dominating in this one. So this is pretty much a win for white. All right, so this is
Mm-hmm.
winning for white, completely winning for white. Black best move is king here, bishop takes, knight takes, but the good thing for black is that these pawns are on dark squares, so the bishop won't be able to target them. But as soon as your opponent brings the bishop back, defend the pawn, then the rook gets to target them. So yeah, that's one of the advantage of having up an extra um well it's not an extra piece, it's an exchange.
Okay.
You have an advantage on exchange. So rooks are stronger than knights and bishops. And one of the reasons for that is the bishop can only move on 32 of the 64 squares of the board, while the rook can move to all 64 pretty easily. The knight, even though it can move to all 64 squares, it's a short range piece. So the knight would take a day and a half to get to all 64 squares. It's a lot more difficult for the knight to cover
Mm-hmm.
all 64 squares. And that's how we judge the activity of a piece as well.
Okay.
So I think we can call this one that white is winning that one. And if we go to board 4, which is our next stop board, that is basically any form of actions happening here. Um, we do a material count, and like I said, one of the first thing you look at when you come to a board is you do the material count. And this material count is showing that major pieces are equal, so both queens are on the board, both rooks are on the board, and we have an imbalance in terms of there are two bishops versus a knight and bishop. So that's what we call an imbalance in minor
Okay.
pieces. Um, Outside of the imbalance in minor pieces, white is up a pawn. All right, so that extra pawn, I like to say extra pawn leads to extra queen. So white is up an extra pawn, and let's see how white goes about it. Um, White has a very simple idea here. Um, Being up the bishop here, you want to pretty much create an open game. Once you open lines, then you're able to then use those open lines to attack your opponent in that way. If you notice, this light square bishop is pointed. Yeah, I'm not able to do. So before I was able to draw lines with my, but I'm not seeing
Oh,
it.
it's not allowing you
It's not
to.
allowing me anymore. So this bishop here, I'm not even sure if you can see, the bishop. So bishop on b3 is pointing to the king side. This pawn structure is pointing to the king side. So white's simple plan in this position is to push f4, f5.
Okay.
So you normally want to attack in the direction that the pawns are pointed, right? And it gives you more space in the
Mm-hmm.
position. So white has a very clear-cut plan here to attack the white king. All right. So a little closer. This is much a closer game because of all the additional pieces on the board. It allows for more counterplay. So black is not over for black. Black should be looking to break this massive pawn structure that white has in the center of the board. I
I
like to
see.
say that with great power comes greater responsibility. So even though white has this massive center,
Right.
he has a responsibility to try and hold on to it. In this case, he can't even break it immediately because if he tries to push it immediately, maybe white can do this, but then he gets C4. So maybe he can break it immediately in a very tactical manner, probably pushing the C5 pawn, and if white respond with the move D5, then he push C4. And if pawn takes knight, he plays pawn takes bishop. And if pawn takes check, he does bishop takes. And if bishop takes. And he exchanged off the light square bishop. And now he would be putting himself in an opposite color endgame bishop. But he would have gotten rid of the stronghold that white had in the center.
So I guess you answered my question. I was going to ask which player you thought had the advantage and what strategy would they have to apply in order. I should say the one who you do not think has the advantage.
Mhm.
What strategy would they have to apply in order to kind of get back in the game?
Yeah, so white has the advantage in this game. And like I said, the strategy is for white to just continue blasting at the king side because he has the long range pieces. Get this bishop and h2 onto a better diagonal that is probably also pointing to the king side. And but black's advantage that black counterplay, I won't say advantage, black's counterplay would
Mm-hmm.
be to get these two rooks active and to break down this structure. It would have been a lot easier with my explanation if I was able to draw those lines to show you the
It's not giving you that access to it.
yeah, it's just not giving that. So whenever I try, it's not allowing me to. But again, we may be able to work it out as we go along. Four game, so four board frame. Change board name, reset, trade and trouble. So I'm not quite getting that, but let's see. Let me stop sharing. I'm going to share again and see if it allows me on devices. Let's see if it allows me to if I try again. Click on the
Okay,
board.
so that's we're looking at board two. Do you have access to board two?
This is board two. No, still not getting that.
Okay.
So this is board two, and I'm still not getting any kind of interaction with the board. I'm able to toggle between at the top, but normally what I was able to get yesterday, I'm not getting that interface today. So it's a little different. All right, so we did discuss this board already. We saw where white was getting in his pieces, and yeah, white is getting those pieces to better and better squares. So, um, ooh, what's happened there? Oh, okay. So the queen jumped in there, and I guess the queen jumped in and said, "Hey, I'd like to take this bishop." And yeah, a very interesting move. I think that's a fork.
Mm-hmm.
That is a fork. Um, white just lost a piece. I think queen to d2 just won a piece. Queen to d2. Wait a second. No, like I said, in chess, there always you have to look at solutions. I think the solution here is just to bring the knight back to e1. Um, Interestingly enough, the queen came down, forking the two knights, and this knight on f3 is being double attacked by both the bishop and the queen. The knight on e3 has no support, so black is now simply threatening to capture one of the knights. And
Mm-hmm.
again, in chess, it's two things. It's twofold. You create problems and you solve problems. So obviously, black has just created a problem for white. So it's how white go about solving that problem. And the simple solution, or I think the only solution, is to move the knight back. And again, a lot of time players find it difficult to find those backward movements.
Right.
Those backward movements become a little bit tedious to find at time because you're thinking, wait, if I'm going back, then am I
I'm
losing?
I'm losing. Right. I'm
Yeah,
backtracking.
losing
Yeah.
ground. So, um, and if you notice, that it's the only move in the position that saves the piece at the moment from what I'm seeing. And
Mm-hmm.
it's taking a while for black for white to play that move. So
He's contemplating.
yeah.
Um, Ryan, are you sharing your board? I don't see your. I see the actual board. Are you sharing your
Oh,
board?
you're not seeing that. Oh,
Right. I don't.
uh,
I don't see your board. But we have a great visual on the actual playing board.
yeah. Um, yeah. So that was the game I was talking about just now, where the queen came back to d2 and it's just attacking those two knights. And the best move, I think the only saving move here is to play the knight back to e1, to d1, where it's protecting. Knight back to d1 is the only move that seems like
There
it
we go.
protects the two knights. So yeah, so that's happening there. But you're saying, yeah, we have a visual there on the board, so probably I should stop sharing and we can actually.
Oh no, no, no! I like to follow. Although I love looking at the board because I love
Yeah.
seeing the action. But when
Could
you
we make
are,
that board a little bigger as well?
yes, mm-hmm.
Because we
Okay,
could
just a
cover the
second.
notation. We could cover the notation with that board, could we? Yeah. Um. So we're looking at the end game here, and from what I'm seeing, oh, black is up quite a bit of pawns, and black is taking even more. So white is now down to the last pawn on the board. So the
Hmm.
camera shows on that one, but the mana piece. So yeah, black that one is pretty much over for black. Black has won that one for sure. It would be good to come down to see one of those end games with yeah. It's interesting enough that I think black is trying to take that last pawn off the board rather than just promoting one of pawn. There you go. So now black has just decided, hey, You know what? I don't need to take that last pawn off the board. It's not going anywhere. I'll just go about promoting one of my pawn. Sometimes we have to look at the solution. Like try and get those pieces off. I mean, probably moving the knight to attack that knight just now would have been a nicer move to just say, hey, I'm getting your pieces off. Sometimes you have to
Hmm.
take away your opponent's only chance of winning. Push that pawn. No, don't move the knight. Knight's up. Not that one. Push the pawn furthest from the king. Just push that pawn over. Like your opponent can't stop it. Black is white is being very, very cautious. Black is being to push your pawn. Your pawn is 4 steps away from becoming a queen. Just push it. Say to yourself, I will win this game in 4 moves.
So you want him to have more aggression, more aggressive
It's
behavior,
not just
please.
aggression. It's about you putting your bishop on a square where the knight can move to and attack it again, and the bishop goes
Uh-huh.
back to the same square. So it's like you're finishing off the game, but it's like that composure is not
Right,
there.
right,
You would have made that 4 moves with that pawn a long time ago. You're moving the pawns that are closer to your opponent's king, your opponent's knight. So those pawns are more likely to get stopped. You
mm-hmm,
know,
right,
I mean, the game is an overwhelming game for black, but black is all about trying to get all those pawns off the board, which you accept. He
right.
just was pawn push f3, and that would have taken the knight off the board. Um,
So is there any way for white to win at this point? It
at
looks
this
like
point, um, for white to win this,
okay. Looks
if
like
white resign, I think white lost on time. But
mhm,
what I do here is I play on and I play down to that position where I'm going to try and get a stalemate. If
mhm,
my opponent is not promoting those pawns and trying to checkmate me, I'm going to say, all right, fine. I'll keep moving. I'll keep moving, and I put my king in a tight spot, and then you try to sacrifice your bishop and your knight to get that stalemate. But
right,
sometimes you get that, and with the time control, you just want to finish off your opponent.
right,
Just finish off your opponent. You trying to go after taking the last pawn off the board, um, sometimes lead you into that troublesome position where you're like, oh, there, it's a stalemate kind of thing. Just finish it
mhm,
off. You have a pawn on the outside, all the way over on A. The pawn was on A5. It's just 4 steps: A4, A3, A2, A1. That's a queen. You have two knights and a bishop. Checkmate. You know.
right. Yeah, well, it looked like, well, I could see that with that pawn, there was no place for him to go. Once, even if he took
Yeah.
black's pawn, then of course he'd be removed off the board. So at that point, it's like, do you just call the game, or you keep running around the board
You
until
keep
you find an opening?
with the time control. You keep running around.
Mhm.
It's interesting enough. I'm going to share back this board. Um, I'm still sharing. You can still see my board.
Hold on just a second. Let's see. We need to change the visual here. There's your
Yeah.
board.
Yeah. So if you look back at this board, it seems as if Black won the game. So I'm not sure if White resigned, not seeing how to solve this problem. But Black last move was queen to d2, and like I said, just knight to d8 that solved the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Knight to d1 would have solved the problem, but it seemed as if um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Black did, what White did in the position, but we didn't see a move after that. But it's sure that White won. So again, sometimes your opponent will make a move like this, and you're now figuring out how do I stop it. You see that you're about to lose one of the knight, and you're trying to find a move to stop it. And then what happens is that your time probably run you probably run out of time,
Right.
um, because you're not seeing the move immediately. You don't see it. Oh wait, I'm going to lose one of the knight. What do I do? You know,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when it just clicked to you that, oh wait, let's take a step back. Let the knights protect each other. Let's kick the
Mm-hmm.
queen out of there. Bishop to f1.
Right.
These are ideas that you have to find, and with this time control, you have to be quick. You have to be very quick.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, One of the things about ID chess is that you also have the ability to, once the game is over, like the live action is done, but you still have the ability to go back, look through these games, see what happened, you know?
And analyze what worked and what didn't.
Yeah. So, and the players as well get this opportunity as well. They can go back over the game, see what I did right, what I did wrong. And it's not too much focus on what you did wrong because in the middle of a tournament, if your focus remain on what you did wrong, you're not going to get it right.
Right.
So you also have to focus on what you did right and what you could have done better.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Well, that's the usual in making improvements.
Yeah.
You know. So good. So do we have another game going on?
The games, I think all the games are finished. I'm going to try. I'm going to go. I'm going to go back and see what. All right. So all the games are finished. Um, uh,
Okay, so it looks like they're
well,
setting
we
up.
have results on six of the boards. Well, seven of the boards. So there are two results missing. And let's see. So black one and white one on board one. So I guess with white winning, Jacob is now the sole leader perhaps of the tournament. And then
Okay.
here's the other thing: the games have ended, but I'm not seeing the game here. So let me go back. I'm not able to see that game. We looked at this game as well. Yeah, I'm not sure what. This game ended with white winning, so I guess black resigned and lost on time in this one. After Bishop C4, it just didn't do anything. Um, if you go back, like if I go to the starting position, oh, so we start with now we're sitting, and again yesterday we only saw D4 D5. All right, D4 and F6. So it was all queen spot opening. And today, like I said, players are coming in with something else, you know? Players would
Mm-hmm.
have seen what their opponent were doing and the ability to play an ID chess and to be able to review and look back at these games, you know, say, you know what, I'm going to come with something extra. I'm going to come in with something additional from my opponent this time. And we're seeing a lot more E4, E5 now. So um, here we're seeing an Italian, and black played h6. H6 was a bit, I guess black wanted to prevent knight from coming to g5, which is known as the fried liver. It's a very funny the fried liver attack. So instead of playing knight to f6, he played h6 to prevent it. And in chess, we say prevention is better than cure. Not just in chess, but
You know what? And that's what I find. So a lot of times the sayings that you refer to, it's like those are just life sayings,
and
those
those are
life
sayings that I just
mantras.
use
Yes.
to teach us. I mean, sometimes you can use these things and it helps you to remember and make decision a lot quicker. You know,
Mm-hmm.
prevention is better than cure. You meet any of my students and they just hit you with these sayings all over, all day,
Right.
every day. You
Right.
know,
And
um,
apply them to life.
and just
Apply
apply
them
them
to
to
life.
life because
Yep.
that's it. Just when Bobby Fischer and Pat Spassky played, it was he said his opponent said that chess is like life, but Bobby
Mm-hmm.
Fischer said chess is life, and that's what made a difference between him and his opponent.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Okay.
so knight to f6,
Right.
and the pieces are coming out. So if you notice, like right here, um, black, white didn't bring out the knight and bishop. Like I say, knights before bishops. Bring those knights out. Bring those bishops out. The bishop's coming out, and now I see why the knight didn't come out. White played c3 with the intention of playing d4. White wants to go for the center immediately. Bishop back, d4. So he's going for the center. And I want you to think of this game as a battlefield.
Okay.
He who controls the center of the battlefield will be able to control the game. Because from the center of the board, your pieces are going to be a lot more active and
Mm-hmm.
freedom and range to do a lot more on the board.
Right.
So what
Because
white
at that point you're crossing the line to the
the
opponent's
enemy
territory.
territory. There you
And so
go.
yes.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So we're now crossing over into the other side territory.
Okay.
D6, take, take, and here white has this option of just simply playing queen takes queen, and that is going to either win a pawn or prevent the king from castling. So you play queen takes queen, and here black has the option to play king takes and just keep your pawn on the board, or you could play knight takes and give up the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, in this position, black gave up the pawn, which I think is just a long-term weakness. Because there's again, you hear me say this all the time: compensation, compensation, compensation. If you're giving up something, you should have something to show for it.
Yeah. Right.
And here, black just has nothing to show for that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So black now castle. Black was more concerned about getting his king to safety, so he castled. And white is like, hey, I have space now. I'm going after your bishop. I want that bishop too. Um, Black said, no, I'm creating a little safe square. So if you attack my bishop can slide back behind there. So he's creating space for his bishop. So I like to say chess is like a detective story. Like every move you make on the board, you're either asking a question or you're suggesting something, and it's your opponent objective also to say, what story is he telling? What is happening here? And that is it. It's creating problems and solving those problems with
Right.
every move you make on the board.
And it's also whether your opponent wants to fall into the storytelling that you're telling or object
Mhm.
by. Does that make sense?
To create,
I'm
yeah,
going.
or to create their own story. Sometimes you're telling a story and your opponent completely ignore the story, and
Right.
you say, "See, I was telling you there's a trap there. There's an open floor. There's a
Mhm.
big hole. You didn't listen. You fell into it."
So, would you say, because there's a lot of analogy in here. So, would you say that the level of players, say your master level players, grandmaster level players, are their stories similar? So
The
is it?
stories are similar, but they come with more complicated language.
Mm-hmm.
So when you watch higher level rated players play, sometimes the lower rated player is not able to comprehend the story. They're not able to understand what these moves are doing.
Okay.
All right, and that's the reason when you end up playing chess at the level is so the gap is so wide, a
Mm-hmm.
player will lose a game without understanding how or why they lost the game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just that they weren't able to keep up with the story that is being told on the board. Your
Mm-hmm.
opponent is making moves, and these moves are too complicated are for you to understand. You know,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
so but as you get better in chess, you also learn to you get to that point where you're able to comprehend more of what is happening on the board.
Right. So while
Hello,
we're
hello,
waiting for
Ines.
the
Can you hear
next
me?
round, yes.
Hello. Yes,
Hello.
Ines. We are waiting for the next round. We are setting things up, and I like the fact that you and Ryan doing a very great job entertaining our viewers. We've added our federation, the Liberia Chess Federation Facebook page, and some of our members are trying to follow the broadcast through that. But I like the conversation on chess being a story that players must follow. It's something we say very commonly that chess is a conversation, and you have to follow the conversation, like understanding the language of your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you lose very easily, very quickly. For
Mm-hmm.
instance, you cannot be discussing with Ryan about the analogy chess has to life. Then I just come in and start to talk about, yeah, Lakers won last night and look how it was played. That's a different conversation altogether. So you
Well,
have to
isn't that
understand the
wouldn't that
conversation.
throw would Thomas wouldn't that throw your opponent off? So wouldn't that be like a
Yeah, but
strategy?
it might even confuse you because the person is talking about something else and then you
Right.
doing something totally different. It could
Mm-hmm.
help you to win, but short term, that's the only time you benefit. Long term, you're going to lose many games. You have to stay within the conversation and then direct the conversation into your area where you think you can explain more or be in control. But to just, especially you responding to the first player's move, to just play outside of context of what the position is suggesting is very dangerous. It's very risky. That's why I think every good chess player will be a good listener and will be good at conversation because a normal chess game is like a real good conversation. You say something, I understand what you say, I respond to you and wait for you. You say so the moves you see the players make, it's just like what we do in a respectful conversation. Yeah, I
Okay.
just thought to add that while we prepare for round
No,
seven.
that's good. That's good. It adds level to what you're saying. So um, we're talking to Thomas. Thomas, is it Kara? Kara? I always want to make sure I'm saying your name correctly.
Kaya,
I always
Thomas
spell it
Kaya.
incorrectly. At least I can say it correctly.
Yeah, Kaya.
Kayak. Okay.
But to
And
add to
Thomas
what
is the
Thomas said,
president of the Liberia Chess Federation. So we appreciate all the work that's going in as you partner with the USMCL to create the team that will represent League Chess Africa in USMCL Global. So this is exciting, and of course Ryan with the Cayman Islands is always a part of the USMCL and providing commentary here. So Ryan, you were getting ready to say,
yeah. No, I was just adding to what Thomas said, which is right. It is a conversation. But Thomas, what I've noticed is that your players have come out this morning swinging with different openings.
probably from
Yeah, yeah.
your analytics
Thanks to
yesterday.
thanks to RB Chess and thanks to the broadcast yesterday. So most of them went home. They went over the 6 7 hours long video broadcast, and they went over the games that were loaded on RB Chess. And the good thing is we use their phones to play. So most of them had the game on their phone.
Oh,
So they had to
nice,
just
nice.
go over the game, and those who didn't have specific games just had to go on the RD Chess server. We share the link in our chat room, and they all went over the game. So today, for 4 rounds, you're going to see a lot of crazy opening and different decision making in the middle game.
Yeah,
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 thanks
yes.
to
that's
RD
nice.
Chess. Yeah.
So that's great because you're also getting, so the competition is also faster and improvement throughout the competition. So that's really great.
Yeah. So they took your advice. So all of that commentary, Brian, took your advice and implemented into their mode of play. And so you're seeing, you definitely, you made a comment about it. So you're seeing some differences in the play.
Well, I mean, I am pretty much at most of those players' level. I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm far above their level. And what that makes me is that at GM, somebody who is 2600 ratings, who would be coming, who will be giving commentary and these games, would be seeing something probably completely different, and the players might not be able to follow through and that conversation because, like I said, we have different level of conversation depending on your level,
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
your rating level, depending on how high your level is, the conversation is going to be
Yeah.
completely different.
Right.
It's
Yes,
like having
that's an
conversation with
important point.
somebody who's in preschool versus high school and middle
Right.
school.
Mm-hmm.
That is an important point because most of the analysis and the comments were just at the levels of our players here. I told you our highest rated players in Rapid are around 1950 to 2050. That's the level. So with commentary coming from a super GM, he will be confused by the moves and he will be seeing things that he has not seen in a long time. So, but the commentary yesterday was exactly what we need, and the players really appreciate it. So all of the little tricks, the maneuvers of their knives, trying to read to domino pieces from one side of the board to the next. So at some point, I think you were even calling the games like 4 5 moves ahead, and players were just playing just within those lines. And I mean
Hmm.
that adds to the excitement for us here.
Yeah.
So
One thing though, Thomas, just want to add, is there a reason why I'm not able to interact with the board today?
We are trying to get to that. It took us a while to start round six. So for round seven, I'm sure we're going to be able to do that.
Okay.
sounds exciting. Yeah. You're right. And I noticed that too. Remember, I was saying that that the fact that you were anticipating the moves and making the suggestions, like Thomas said, 2 and 3 moves ahead, that speaks to your level of your level of play.
and
Would you say?
understanding where the players are and knowing the pressure. So there are times when we would have seen blunders on the board, and if
Mm-hmm.
the blunder is not a indication of the player level, but rather of the pressure and the psychological aspect of the game at the time. So given more time on the clock, I mean, these players would have been, some of those games would have been converted very easily.
Mm-hmm.
But the time aspect of it as well, and that adrenaline running, it creates a completely different atmosphere for everything that you see happening on the board.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's one of the things that makes speed chess so exciting.
Right.
Like when you think about a classical game of chess, if a game is drawn, yeah, it's probably going to be end up in a draw. If white is winning, yeah, white is going to win. But when you factor in the time and the adrenaline rush, it can go either way, and that
Right.
puts in a completely different element of excitement to it.
Mm-hmm. Like they say, time can work for you or against you, just
There you
depending
go.
on the position that you're in.
And how you
You
choose
know.
to use it.
So let's talk about chess as while they're preparing. So Thomas, we're ready when you are. As we're preparing. So chess as a business. I know that um, I always appreciate what you have to say when it comes to the USMCL, but I think I mentioned yesterday about a comment that you made that just really struck me, and that was in regards to the fact of how much time players invest and really not be able to find a way to have chess as a career. You know, how do we create that so that careers are made, and in those careers, in terms of the players, just as you see in any other professional sport, then other businesses are able to align. You know, so we don't even think about the businesses when you go to an NFL game, you don't think about the businesses like the vendors, the hot dog sellers, the beer, all of the other paraphernalia that comes with the sport itself. That's that job creation revenue stream. So talk about that for a minute.
Well, it comes down to the simple thing. It's viewership. That's all it boils down to. It boils down to viewership because when you think about a Super Bowl game, one of the most viewed events for the year. When you talk about a World Cup event, right?
Mm-hmm.
These
Mm-hmm.
games are seeing hundred millions of viewers,
Right.
right? And that is where chess will have to get to. We have to get to that point where the viewership pays the athletes. The viewership pays for,
Right.
and the excitement that comes with it. So it's not just even the gameplay, but also the commentary because you're going to have a lot of persons that will view these games and
Right.
don't even understand, but the excitement behind this is like, whoa, I feel like I understand what's happening, you know? So
Right.
it's a lot of elements and working parts that come together to make this an entertainment factor
Right.
for the viewers. Um, it gives it for the sponsors, and they can align themselves with it
Right.
because they're getting viewership. Because one of the biggest industry in the world is marketing, and if
Mm-hmm.
you have enough viewers, you can then this is how those sponsors tie in their value to it. We now say, wait a second, you have 100 million viewers there. We can put something in if we even capture 1 million out of it. When we put in our ads,
Right.
and we can capture, we can get some kind of revenue, or we can get offset from those viewers, then we are happy to align ourselves with it
Mm-hmm.
as sponsors, so we
Right.
can market to those viewers and so forth, and that's where it comes from. But
Right.
once we create an element, kind of like what you're doing now, like what USMCL is doing now in terms of reaching to different audience, different platforms to say, hey, we are creating an exciting element of chess being played, not just online, but also over the board,
Right.
right? And persons can view it and find that this is exciting to watch.
Yeah, they can view and they can engage. So that's why the importance
Yes.
of having the over the board gives you, just as now we're looking at the venue, it gives spectators, it gives fans the opportunity to not only watch the game, but if they wanted to come out. Now, once they come out, then you want to have the entertainment value. And entertainment doesn't always mean song and dance. It just means that it gives the spectator an opportunity to engage in the environment.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
And
atmosphere here,
right,
the,
atmosphere.
the
Right. You
atmosphere
said
there is a
atmosphere
completely
here.
different.
Okay,
I
I like
mean,
that.
we have to build our atmosphere online, you know.
Right, right.
but
Exactly.
but the atmosphere there, I mean, I would love to be there. I would be love to be there in Liberia, where
Yes.
we're actually giving some over the board commentary, walking from board to board, giving interview of those players, um, finding out what was, the mindset, the frame of mind, what was your psyche going through the game at this point in the game, because they go through some, as chess players, we go through so many ups and downs in the game. At some point, you're going to feel like you're winning, you're going to feel like you're losing, and when you feel like you're winning, you're on top of the world, and
Right.
there's that time when you sink down under the rock and you have to fight your way back out to that position. And the heart rate,
Mm-hmm.
like some would
Mm-hmm.
say, my poor little heart can't manage a game of chess.
Yeah.
I,
And the
I,
mental gymnastics, as they call it, to stay in the game, to stay in the game, to fight for the last piece,
to fight for the
so
last second, right down to
mhm.
that very last second. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been in games where I see 1 second on my clock, right? And I know that I can win this game in four more moves. And I have to
Mhm.
make that 1 second count for those four moves that I'm going to be making. And you have those little things that happen in a game of chess that just makes it even more exciting, you know?
So talk about that a second, because when you said, okay, you have 1 second and you have to make these four moves, is there any way that you get to put time back on your clock? Okay, because how do you make four moves in 1 second? And I don't know whether that was just a metaphor that's actual. So yeah.
All right, so first of all, it is possible without increment, and we have three types of time control in chess. So what we're playing with now is increment, and that 5 seconds increment is a lot.
Okay.
I mean, getting 5 seconds added to your clock with every move is just a whole lot of time. It doesn't seem like a whole lot of time to the average person, but to a chess player, 5 seconds added to your clock with every move is good, especially if you're in a winning position, and you're able
Hmm.
to convert that. But you have to also be conscious of it, because sometimes you get so intimate with the position that you want to see the entire thing through. You want to start calculating, but you can't calculate. You just have to move. You
Right.
just have to move. Sometimes it's
Right.
not the first best move or the second best move. It could be the third best move, but you have to move it.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So
Right.
that is an important part of it, and that's the increment. You also have a time control, which is now known as delay. Now, what delay is that when your opponent press your clock, you have, whether it's a 5 seconds delay, you have 5 seconds before your actual time starts running down. So
Okay.
that's delay. So I could have 1 second on my clock, playing with the delay time control, and I could make 50 moves with 1 second on my clock. I'm not going to
Okay.
get any additional time to that clock, but I could literally make 50 moves with that 1 second delay.
Oh, just staying, just holding on to that
Just
1 second,
using the
because
delay time
you're
control.
moving without
Yeah,
delay.
I'm moving
Okay.
with that delay.
Gotcha.
And then you have what is known as now the sudden death. The
Hmm.
sudden death is when there's no delay and no time added onto your clock. So you know when you come down to 1 second, it's game over. So you might be allowed a maximum of two, three more moves with that 1 second. And you have
Right.
some players who are super fast, and those hands move at lightning speed, where 1 second round down to like the fraction of a second, the fraction of a second, the fraction of a second. All right,
So they
so
make it work.
they
Okay, so it
make it
looks like
work.
they have round seven up. Is
Yeah,
this
so
round
this is
seven?
round seven, and we now have the clash at the top where, like we said at the start, I think we call it nobody's going to run away with this event. So we
Mm-hmm.
now have Jacob and David. So if I remember clear, I think David is the national champion, and Jacob is the highest title player in the event, which is Fide Master.
Okay.
So we know about a clash at the top. Are you taking any bets, Inez?
I'm just going to bet that somebody's going to win.
Well, you could actually lose that bet because the game could end in a
What?
draw.
No, like somebody. I didn't give a name. I said somebody.
Yeah,
Somebody's going to win. That's a
yeah.
short bet right there.
Well, if all the games end in a draw, it's
Oh, okay. I see what
maybe
you're saying. Right. Okay.
unlikely, but
Oh, okay.
yeah,
So I got to rethink that. Okay.
but yeah, I don't know. I am leaning towards white in this one.
Okay.
I'm leaning towards white in this one. I mean, I've seen David games, and I think David has played a very solid tournament so far. Um, so I'm leaning towards white. And if I go back, um, if my memory serves me correctly, I think David only dropped a point to James in the second round. That was the only point that David dropped. But I mean, he has came back really strong. He has won every single game of that. He beat Kennedy in round five. That was the last round yesterday,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and in a very convincing fashion. So I mean, I think David at this moment is looking like the tournament favorite. So
Okay.
if from what I've seen, if I could call it, I would probably David would have my bet at this moment. He's also 100 rating points above his opponent, which would also goes for something. If you're thinking about a boxing match,
Okay.
that would be something on the scorecard to also call. Your opponent has a 2 inch reach advantage. Your opponent is a little bit taller. Your opponent has a little bit more muscle and is So
Mm-hmm.
in this round, David seems to have everything in his
He
favor.
has the advantage.
He has the advantage, but this is one of the things we love about chess. The advantage doesn't matter when you start that clock and the pieces start moving because anything can happen. This is
Mm-hmm.
one of the things when you can have a unrated player walk into a tournament and beat the highest rated player in the tournament. You know, nothing
Mm-hmm.
is written in stone when it comes down to chess. Anything
Right.
can happen, and that's
Right.
the mindset that you go to the board with. You go to the board with the mindset that you can do it, and in order for you to do it, you have to tell yourself you can do it. In order for you to achieve anything, I first say you have to start by believing you can
You
achieve
have to
it.
believe that you
Tell
can.
yourself you can achieve it, and that makes it half the way done already. You know. But if
Mm-hmm.
you go in there and you tell yourself you can't do it, then that's you're halfway out the door, not doing it.
Right. Right.
All right.
Right.
So
No, I
just come
agree.
with that positive mindset that this is something you can achieve, you can do, and you have to tell yourself that. It doesn't matter if my opponent is higher rated. It doesn't matter if my opponent is Magnus Carlsen. You have to tell yourself that you can do it.
So not a problem. I could do
Not a
that.
problem. And if my opponent creates a problem, I just solve those problems, and that's
Hmm.
it. I move forward. Just keep moving.
Well,
And
here's the thing: Magnus Carlsen has gotten beat, so that means that he can be beat. So
there you
why
go.
not? Why
There you
not
go.
be you? There
There you go. You know?
you go.
And I like to say to myself that if I've beaten somebody that I've beaten somebody that I've beaten somebody that has beaten Magnus Carlsen, then I can beat Magnus Carlsen.
So you going 4 or 5 deep?
And strangely enough, what has happened is that they have worked this algorithm on online platforms to say
Uh-huh.
that if anybody that you have beaten and they create that little chain reaction to somebody who has beaten
Right.
Magnus, it
Like
shows that
six
you can beat
six
Magnus.
degrees, at least 6 degrees, right? So
Yeah,
yeah. So you can do it. That in
you
other
can do
words,
it.
you can do it. So it's
You can do
okay.
it.
Okay.
You have beaten somebody who has beaten, so you can do it.
Hmm. Okay, so it looks like they're still preparing. I wanted to say something, adding to your comment about, building up the following, getting the sponsors. And so one of the things that I find in coaching entrepreneurs, because that's something that I've done prior to just taking on this whole project, and this project consumes all my time. So I'm totally focused on that. But the building the infrastructure always seems to be the challenge, because everyone goes after the money first. It's like, okay, gotta make this connection, gotta make that connection in order to bring the money in. And I know that in any business you do need revenue to run, but that revenue, it doesn't always come in the form of a dollar. The revenue sometimes comes in the form of making the relationship with people who provide a service, who partner with you and work together to make things happen. So if you're always just going to try to generate the money, and I'm talking about for people who may not have a rich uncle to just write a check and say, oh, you want to do this? Here's money to get it done. How do you take a concept? How do you take a concept, an idea, as in this case, we're not changing chess. We're just taking a dimension of chess and honing in on it in order to build it for its purpose. But because it's quite different from the usual, it is a challenge, because number one, you have to, people have to rethink what it means. What does the chess business mean beyond just playing chess? And how can you, as a chess player, can participate in helping building a space that adds revenue and opportunity? So we say sponsors, yes, but in achieving those sponsors want to attach themselves to an entity that creates the platform, number one, that has the infrastructure that will support their level of business. And so we sometimes focus on, as I said, the cash and the money rather than building the infrastructure. And I like to think that that's where we are with the USMCL. I think we're building a solid infrastructure, making really great connections and partnerships. Same with Liberia Chess Federation and Thomas and Melvin and a few other people that have really worked hard to make this happen. This is no easy feat, the production that's going on behind the scenes. But all of that adds to the quality of the product that we're looking to produce in order to then make the relationship with the sponsor, which then helps to bring in the revenue. So it's kind of, I think about it being just like chess, really. You're making the calculated moves, but you're building, as you're talking about, the beginning of the game is that you're building your strategy.
As you mentioned, the chess aspect of it. So you just spoke the business side of it and how it actually works and how you put these little pieces together to make sure that eventually you get to that bigger picture. Right. And as you immediately then translate it to chess, it's kind of like this is the opening. This is when your pieces just come into their battle formation. They are taking up their position on the field. So before we blow that football whistle, every single piece takes their formation, whether you're a forward player, you're a midfield player, you're a defender, you're the goalkeeper in the goal. Everybody takes their position on the field. So that's pretty much what we're doing now. The middle game is where the excitements get going. Like this is where we start showing our moves, showing our best move, putting your best foot forward. This is when we start making our moves, and you're putting everything.
That's when you see us. That's when you like in the building process, you might not see us. And even if you do see us, we might be a little clumsy. We might be a little sloppy. We might miss the mark a little bit. Yes. But that's okay. You can't be afraid of missing the mark because in growth, you miss the mark sometimes. Yeah. But that's what teaches you where the mark is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we saw that in some of the games where your opponent probably played the piece out on the rim of the board, or they put the bishop on a bad square and realize, you know what, I have to come back. That's not where I want to be, and you come back and you reposition yourself onto a better square. And you will realize that even if we had a bad start in the opening, it doesn't mean the end of the game.
Right.
It doesn't.
Exactly.
We saw some position, we're looking at some position where white pieces were all stuck on the background, not doing anything. Like some people in life get a better start than others. Right. But it doesn't mean that.
I love that. Oh my God. I love that. And I think this is where, and I'm sorry, let me just say this because you just like hit the nail on the head. Because for me, when I thought about moving myself into this space of chess, like, oh my God, I know nothing about chess other than, growing up with it. And I tried not to play it as much as possible, but to find myself as a entrepreneurial coach, and then say, okay, you know what, I'm going to try to apply these principles into developing chess in a way that it creates another space. And so, you just hit the nail on the head about moving forward in it and coming back sometimes and reassessing and moving. Yeah, you like I said, you always take what I'm thinking and like just put it in this little package. I might have to contract you as a media person or something like that, because you get the messaging just like so, like, wow, that's what I was trying to say.
It's chess. If I'm able to translate it into chess, then I can say.
Yeah, that's what. So you align with chess. So I align with entrepreneurship, and I apply it in the chess element, that space, and I find that it aligns so perfectly because of the product. Like you said, some people don't have the opportunity to move all their pieces out at one time. They have to do it incrementally and kind of hold back, and especially the part about moving back, that sometimes you step out to do things and then sometimes you might have to pull it back. And it's okay. It's still part of moving forward.
And that's the part where say you have to swallow your pride. A lot of times you find a chess player, they will move a piece forward, but they don't want to look silly or stupid to say, hey, I'm going to move it back. So they left it there. They leave the piece there. And they know in themselves, like, the best move is just to move that piece back. And they try to justify every single reason why.
That's why not to move back. I refuse to move back.
As adults, it sometimes becomes a lot harder for us to swallow our pride. And to say, you know what? I'm just going to, I admit it was a mistake. It was a bad move. Let me just move it back. It's not the end of the world. Yeah. On the other hand, somebody who, like, when you find out with kids, they are okay. Like, they move it out, like, okay, I'm moving it back. And they do it a lot. They do it easily. They do it without any kind of judgment to themselves.
Right.
But as adults, we have kind of adapted to, like, we don't want to look silly. And a lot of reason why you have adult players don't start playing chess is because they don't want to look silly. They just figure that, well, you're going to beat me.
Right.
If I'm going to start learning, you're going to beat me. And that fear, that mental block of losing,
keeps them from moving.
The stop for them to actually learn and to try something new.
Right.
On the other hand, a child, they don't know too much about losing or winning. They just want to play.
Right. It's a challenge. And something.
They just want to play.
Something. When I have clients or prospective businesses that I approach, one of the biggest challenges in the beginning, and I'm going to say this is especially for Black businesses, and I have to come up with another word for that because I really have a issue with the Black title, but that's a conversation for another time, and we will talk about it. But I find that. And one person had admitted to me that the problem was that because they're unfamiliar with chess, and to talk about chess as a business is so out of their space, that it was always and they don't want to look. So they may be a president, they may be a manager, they may have a high profile position, but because of their lack of being familiar with chess as a business construct, it was difficult for me to get in and to speak with them. So now it was a learning process for me also.
They're intimidated by it.
Excuse me?
They're intimidated by the concept.
Right. And that's what one young lady told me. She said, I'm so glad that you kept contacting me because I was just so intimidated by chess. Like, I've never played chess. It seems complicated, and so once she said that, I said, okay. And that's when I kind of changed my approach in dealing with a lot of businesses when you're bringing the idea as a concept for them to use as a platform. And so we're all learning. We're all
Rule
learning.
number three,
And
traditional stacking using co-wireless.
okay,
Rule
sounds like
number
you're getting ready
four,
there.
being
So yeah,
solo,
but I
single
just
joint
love the
ladder.
way chess fits
Rule
perfectly when
number
it comes
five,
to
no
life, when it
vowel,
comes to
cannot
business, and
marry.
anything that means
Rule
development,
number six,
advancement,
only knowing
and being
how to
able
use
to
tire. Rule
improve.
number
I
seven,
think
settle
chess
domain.
speaks to that in every way. So whether you play the game, you still play the game in your head and in life. You still play the game of chess.
Yep. I like to say that you end up playing when you learn chess, you end up playing a lot more chess off the board than on the board.
That is so true. You need to write a book. Have you written a book? You need to write a book. you need to, you need to write. But that is so
I'll have
true.
you as an editor.
That is absolutely true. It looks like everybody's getting seated, getting ready. Wonder what the temperature is out there. I know it's still cold. It's not as cold as what it's been. We still have snow on the ground, but it's not as
Hmm.
cold as what it's been.
Well, it shows how committed persons are to playing chess. While I was in New York, and I mean, being out in -5 degrees playing chess was, whew.
I told you, listen, that's the one thing that I learned, that chess players show up. Or you just tell them where, no matter. Don't even worry about the terrain. Where, and they will show up. What is that? That's crazy, but that's commitment.
Yep. Give me a second.
We're about to start. With the session of 3, you shake hand and black, please start the class. Good luck
Okay, looks like we're getting started
All right,
here.
and
so
patience.
we're now off to round 7.
Okay.
So we're live in round 7. Let me see what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if we're able to get these.
Yeah, look at the boards.
Uh-huh. So we have some excitement already on board 1. Like I tell you, like these
Can
these
you share your
guys,
board?
these guys, they're not coming with anything. They're not coming. Oh wait, I'm not sharing the board yet.
Yeah, share your board so we can all follow you.
You can see the excitement that's happening, right?
Yes, yeah. I mean, we're getting the excitement from you, but this way we can see the board and follow.
Yeah. All right. So here, I think is this one. So this is our board 1, and this is the match that I said earlier that we're looking to call, and I was going for white.
Okay.
And white started with c4. White we're going with the English, and then we saw b4. So normally you'll see c4 d4, but now we're seeing a c4 b4. And if you notice, between white and black, what black is doing is black is being reserved. Black is saying, you know what, I'm just not taking up too much space. I'm going to let you take all the center, all the space you want, and
Mm-hmm.
then black's plan is going to be to hit it. So I assume that black idea is going to be to play g7, bishop g6, bishop g7, castle on the king side, and it's so much easier. I wish I could basically be able to move the pieces to show you what's really um, what I'm explaining. But yeah, that's black's main idea, especially because we don't have the notation. Let me see if I can put the note. Change board name, reset initial position, download, send game, share frame. No, it's not allowing share frame. Um, Hold on. I'm going to try something and see if this will work.
If you do that connection that you just made, if you put that in the URL, it should take you to.
Yeah, I'm going to
Okay.
try that and see if it helps. shared board frame, right? Um, and let's see it here.
Mhm.
All right, so this gives me the board frame. That's so let me try something else and share the board. Medium center. Let me try this one. Mhm. All right, so back in business. All right, so I'm going to
Really?
stop sharing and I'm going to share a different link, and this should allow
Okay.
me to interact with the board. Yeah, because like I said, lots happening on these boards now, and I
Yeah,
think
you get more excited when you can
this
move the
is the
move the
entertainment
pieces.
value that this is the entertainment value that these players are presenting to us.
Right,
Wait a second. I need to close this one.
right.
I'm sharing about that. Let's go again. Share,
Okay, let me see.
share.
Pull up.
Listen.
And while you're getting that, I'm looking some in the chat, and so people are loving it. So we have a comment from Ernest Cooper saying, I guess Prezzo, that must be Thomas Prezzo.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing so much for us, and by us, I presume he means the chess players of Liberia, and he thanks with a heartbeat, and he has just a really nice red heart outlined in blue. So sounds like people are happy.
All right. So if we look, this is our board two. We're having a bit of a slowdown on board one, but a lot's happening on board two. These players are going at it. So if you notice, material is equal, and that's one of the first thing we jump to on the board. It's one of the easiest form to calculate an advantage. The first thing we look for is material advantage, and
Okay.
then we look at king safety. Those are my top two: material, king safety. Um, it seems as if the white king over here could be at arm's way, because if you look at these two squares right here, this square and this square, those
Okay.
are just being banned by this pawn here. That's called a pawn in your throat. All right, that pawn is just like there. And these two
Okay.
rooks, you probably remember us talking about having rooks in line with something. Well, these two
Right.
rooks right here are just bearing down on the king.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So what
Right.
black wouldn't mind just giving away this pawn. Because if you give away this pawn, then these two rooks are going to basically be just hitting the king and there's no shelter. This pawn is what we call an umbrella pawn. So it's actually protecting, this pawn is protecting the black king, the white king at the moment. So
Okay.
black is the one on the offense at this point. Black is the one attacking. White made this move, and the intention, I think, is very clear. He wants to jump the knight here to just keep these pawns blockaded. I
Okay.
think the knight wants to go to this square. Yeah, so there he went. Knight went to f4, and the idea is just he's just holding it down. He's just holding it down. Um, Black idea was really to get those pawns moving. Now that the pawns are blockaded, it's going to be a little bit more time consuming trying to get out. Oh, I think that was probably a little. Hmm, it's interesting. Is there a tactic here? Is there a tactic here? Probably just putting the bishop back because the queen came up. It's attacking this pawn. Again, this is a conversation of chess. Every
Mm-hmm.
move your opponent makes, you must ask yourself that question: what is the move doing?
Okay.
Just ask yourself that very simple question. Yeah, I like that move. And the best defense is a good offense. What White did was not to passively try and defend the pawn, but White said, hey, you attack me, I attack you back. you know. And that's a pretty good move because he's not going to sit there and passively just try to defend the position. He pushed c5. I'm going to
Oh,
now start blasting away at your king. Right? And that's a good move because now when the knight moves, the bishop can come to c4, hitting the rook as well and defending the pawn. And that's the part of chess where we say the best defense is a good offense.
mm-hmm.
You know, so that's a
Right.
pretty good move for white, hitting that knight with the c5 push. That's a pretty
Okay.
good move.
Okay.
All right, black took, and whoa, he played queen in immediately. I think pawn takes was better because now the queen gets to take the pawn. The queen gets to take, and yeah, that was a little bit overly jumpy from white in the position. White was winning, but white just gave up the pawns just like that. 1-2, gave up the pawns. Yeah, I think pawn takes first would have just been a really good move in the position. But
Mm-hmm.
now with bishop takes and oh my gosh, he's getting mated. Why? This is so fast. Knight block, pawn takes, queen takes. He's getting mated. Oh wait, he missed a queen sacrifice mate. That was a nice one to see. I'll play this back for our viewers. It's white to move here and find checkmate in two. This is a good one. Like this is one you put in the chess life. You know,
Okay.
you publish this one in chess life, and this is actual intellectual property for what happened that when game back in the past when games were played and you have brilliancy moves like this, you would find out that these brilliancy moves would then be published in magazines and persons get paid for it. This is how you write books. You mentioned
Mm-hmm.
something earlier about writing a book. This is
Yes.
intellectual property right now.
So who would own this property? The
Um,
player?
the player would own it if it was played over the board only.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
So a lot of the puzzles that we see now, a lot of those puzzles that we see being solved, like this is one of them. It's white to move in this position. Um, the typical chess player will say, "Oh, I'm going to play pawn takes your queen because that's just winning material," you know.
Mm-hmm.
But with white to move in this position, white has a brilliant move, and this is something I would love to share. Like being live now and YouTube to have any members watching now would say, "Oh wait, can I find it? White to move in this position." This is just a phenomenal move to find for white. You know, this is
Mm-hmm.
just a phenomenal move to find for white. If anybody can find this move for white right now.
So you were saying you were going back. Did I miss it with you going back through it for the viewers, or did I miss it?
Say again.
I was saying, did I miss? You mentioned that you were going to go back through to show how you said it was a queen sacrifice,
Yeah,
and
that's
so
it. So the move is actually um, queen takes knight. The game is over, by the way. White won, but white won in this fashion. White played rook takes. White played rook takes. If I go back to notation, yeah, white played rook takes rook. The rook takes, and then the queen takes, and then the king went to a8 instead of pushing a pawn to give a running square. But
okay.
the move in the position is remember I said to you that the one of the best moves you can get in chess is to sacrifice your queen.
Mm-hmm.
In this position, white has the phenomenal move queen takes knight, sacrificing the queen. I will analyze it for you. So queen takes, and when the king takes, now we do a double check of rook takes knight. We do
Oh,
a
okay.
double check of
Okay.
the bishop onto the king, and
Oh,
then the rook
yeah. So
onto
did
the
he
king.
walk into that? Did he walk into that?
It was forced.
Oh,
It
okay.
was forced. Now
Okay.
you say, oh, wait, my rook can take the rook. Oh, no, you can't because the bishop is also checking you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that would have been a nice I mean, you might see this in a book a few years later, right? Like just white
Like
move
I'm
for
trying
this.
to figure out, like if he didn't walk into that, you understand that I'm going to take this and
But
I'm putting myself in
it was
check.
forced. It was forced right here. So
Okay.
when the move queen takes was played, there was nothing else that black could
Oh,
do.
right. Yeah. Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
force your opponent to it, and that's what we call a force mate. So that was
Hmm.
force mating too. So pretty nice mate there if white had won it. Probably like you, and when we play tournaments like this, we go through and we look for brilliant surprises. We look for
Right.
brilliant moves. And
Right.
you give extra prizes for moves like this. You know, you say this was the move of the tournament. This was the game of the tournament. All
But
right.
so the study would be, I would think that the study would be a few moves before that because that was the setup. I mean, the
Yeah,
force came, but the force didn't just come out of the blue. It was the setup.
it was the
So it's
setup.
the
So
moves that
what
happened
happened?
beforehand.
So this was where the setup came from. So I
Hmm.
thought that white found a brilliant move here
Okay.
with c5, you know? And
Hmm.
with c5, black captured, but here I was thinking that white would have just captured back on the and the c5 square. But white instead went with the move rook to e6. And I guess this was a setup for white trying to get his opponent off the f5 square. So
Okay.
black captured, then white played bishop takes. Now you see where the setup is coming from. But
Yeah.
again, the move queen takes queen wasn't played. And that's what you would expect in this position. Just take the queen. The
Hmm.
best way to get rid of any attack is to just take the pieces that are your opponent's attacking you with. Just take them off
Hmm.
the board. And here I think black was completely okay with just taking the queen off the board. If the rook takes, then you move your knight out, attacking the bishop. You know, just get the
Right.
attacking pieces
Right.
off the board.
Right. Right.
Instead, black captured queen takes pawn, which was a blunder. And you would think that having enough time on the clock, you wouldn't see a blunder of that nature. But there was a panic there. Something went panic. Whether you could have probably been a touch move, and these are some of the things that happen. Sometimes we watch some games and we don't get the full context or the full story behind it. A player could have probably wanted to do something else, but probably touched the pawn, you know,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
he was forced to then capture the pawn. So these
Hmm.
are some of the things that happen in a game of chess.
Okay.
All right. So now probably opponent touch a pawn and he's forced to capture the pawn. Instead of playing pawn takes, he said, "Well, I'm going to just take with the queen," and that will tend to happen. But
Gotcha.
in this
Hmm.
position, the simple move for white would have been for black would have been to play queen takes queen. The rook would obviously recapture, and when the rook recapture, then you play a move like knight here, threatening the bishop and getting rid of all of the background um, mating ideas. And this
Okay.
is pretty much a game. With
Okay. Well, that
black
one's
with an
done.
advantage.
So we're looking at board number 3.
Yeah. No, this is board number two. Um,
I'm talking about over the board is
over the
board
board,
number
we're seeing board number three. All right, so I will jump to board number three and the ID chess and see if we can get better context to what is going on that board at the moment. So if I go here, just going to switch between that board. So we're looking for board three right here. All right, so board three wasn't loaded for us.
Oh,
Um,
okay. So they may not be correlating with board 3.
yeah,
Okay.
so the board. So we have the board two victory. What we can do is check back to see if there's anything happening on board one. So we saw the opening in board one, but we didn't get to go past that. And
Hmm.
I saw some movements just now on board five. So board five is going on. Board five, black is up a pawn in this one. So again, once we come to the board, one of the first thing I would look at is the material advantage. But black is up a pawn, but we're also seeing where the knight is forking the rook and the bishop. So we might see somewhere where I might just say, hey, I'm going to just trade the rook, save my bishop, you know. My
Hmm.
opponent is up a pawn, but that's it. It's just a pawn at the moment. It's actually a connected pass pawn. So the pawn on d5 is going to be a long-term weakness. This pawn right here is going to be a long-term advantage for black. That pawn is connected. What you want to do is just exchange everything off the board and let that pawn stand and wait until the perfect opportunity to just run to the other side. So yeah, rook takes, and now we should say, um, oh, you played knight takes, yeah, that is correct. And here, you might want to go with the idea of playing knight takes with the tempo on the rook, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The rook should move and take back the tempo. This is what we call time in chess. Yeah, I would have probably moved here. It still goes back to that square, but then you want to save this knight. This knight wants to get back out. This is where we say, he who fights and run away will live to fight another day. So
Right.
you want to get that knight out, but you want to stop attacking that knight though. If you don't need to attack that knight anymore, but you need to get your own knight out. So this knight will probably come here, check. Oh, the knight should have probably come here. Check. Oh yeah, black black could have captured the knight. What did he do? Oh, black pushed the pawn. I would have probably gone with the idea of knight check and knight here. And if you notice, black would have actually won the piece. If I go back here, black would have had a little sneaky idea because white kept attacking the knight. And maybe I could have, again, like I say, you have to look how to gain time in chess. So if I play knight check, king over, knight back here, I'm now preventing your knight from jumping out,
Mm-hmm.
because your
Mm-hmm.
knight only escape square was on the g6 square. So
Right.
when I play back my knight to f4, your knight doesn't have an escape square. And now my king can capture it. And then if you go with the idea of pawn push, trying to get back that tempo, it's okay. I'm going to take, and when you take, I take, and I also fix my pawn structure. And I'm not
Mm-hmm.
too worried so much about being that exchange down. So that's what we
Okay.
talk about. Compensation in chess is a big deal. You have to look. It's kind of like investment. Your pieces can either be one of two things. They can either be an asset or the liability.
Right.
And you have to be very careful on how you choose to deal with those pieces. Do you treat them as an asset? Do you treat them as a liability? You know?
Mm-hmm.
So here we saw where that knight escaped, and that knight now is doing a lot. It's compromising. It's undermining this pawn that is protecting this knight. So if you look, these two pieces are
Oh,
working
okay.
together. This
Mm-hmm.
pawn is protecting this knight.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So what
Right.
white does is that white say, hey, if I get rid of this pawn, I get rid of your knight. And
Right.
that's the story. All right. So that's the story that these two pieces are telling.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And one is looking to say, all right, how do I solve this problem? How do I, but here again, you have to look. Do I move the knight? I can't push the pawn. If I try to save the pawn, I'm going to lose the knight. If I try to save the knight, I'm going to lose the pawn. Right? So how do I then get something in? Do I tell the story? No. The best defense, the good offense. Do I then say, you know what, let me just attack your knight? You're still going to take my pawn. What do I do?
Mm-hmm.
So black has a problem here, and white is already up material. White is now up our old pawn. Well, white is up a point, and the point is coming in the form that he's up an exchange. So he
Okay.
has a bishop for the rook. The rook is valued 5 points, and the bishop is valued 3 points. So this is an advantage for white in this position, and I assume white should go on to win this game.
You
But
said
again,
white should win the game?
white should go on to win this game. White is up 1 point, but he's going to gain a second one very shortly.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Black's best response at the moment might be to, oh, black could probably save it. Probably should play knight back here, and if he plays knight back here, he's attacking this pawn. So again, the best defense is a good offense. I'm going to save my pawn by attacking your pawn. And if you save your pawn, then I can push my pawn forward and save my pawn as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the solution. I think that is the solution here for black. Black has to find this solution. Playing the knight back to e6, and if your opponent take the pawn, you take their pawn. If your opponent save their pawn, you save your pawn. And again, it's the conversation that you're having. You know,
Right.
and other games that are in progress. Let me see if we're getting anything else from any other games. we also have this board 6. So we have our female player here again. So we have Abigail here. We can take a look at Abigail's game. Abigail is black in this position and she's up 1 point. And that 1 point is in the form of an exchange. This is something that I see happening a lot on the board. It's the exchange value. So
Mm-hmm.
normally a person is not necessarily up a piece or a pawn. It's normally an exchange. So here we see where black has um, an extra rook up for a knight and a pawn.
Okay.
All right, so that's the exchange count. So you will see where what's white planning this position. Okay, so black is trying to open the king. I particularly don't like this move from Abigail because what it's also doing is exposing your king. Now, chess has different advantages and disadvantages as well. And your major advantages in chess, um, white should just play this move back here. Just play the move knight back. Your opponent is trying to expose your king. I mean, you can't capture the pawn because it's pinned. But what you can do is just oh, rook there is also a pretty nice move because you're now saying the problem with rook there is that your opponent can now push the pawn further.
Okay.
And the idea is that I'm trying to open this line. You see this rook down here?
Mm-hmm.
I want to get this rook in line with this king. And again, we talk about putting those pieces in line with valuable pieces. It's
Right.
like looking for buried treasure, like you have to dig rates, right? And the treasure is right here. So we're digging, digging, digging. And the only way to open it is to dig through. You have to dig through it.
Right.
So,
But white is not going to move that pawn because then it just creates the open space.
well, what we're going to do is that we're going to push this pawn. You can't take with your pawn because then your king would be in danger.
Yeah, true.
And
Okay.
if you take with your queen, you're just losing your queen. So you can't take that pawn. And then my next move, I'm looking to take now, and I'm opening up that line. The problem
Okay.
is I'm also opening up my king, right? And this
Mm-hmm.
bishop is not able to get into the game so quickly because it's there a pawn. So there we go. We see that pawn pushing. See the pawn pushing. And
Mm-hmm.
what Abigail is a very attacking player. Um, she doesn't mind. She's attacking. I think her next move is going to be she's going to also try to attack this rook. Yeah. Her opponent is on the defensive side. Her opponent says, well, guess what? You won't be able to open because my queen is now pinning your pawn. But then
Mm-hmm.
Abigail might play a rook here. She might play this rook over here and say, don't worry, I'll get there. You know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I didn't like the idea of moving the queen. I think it's this rook is the piece that needs to come into the game. And again, putting that rook in line with more buried treasure.
Right.
you know? So you put the rook there and then you just step your king back. And you say, you know what? This is where I step my king back. And now
Mm-hmm.
the rook and everything is there. So if this rook comes over, if that rook comes over, the problem now with that rook coming over is that there's nothing guarding this pawn. And that's the reason why the queen needed to stay there first. See, when the
Okay.
queen came here, she didn't really do much. She didn't really do much of anything. All right? It's the rooks
Mm-hmm.
that we want to really tell that story. So it's the rooks that are needed there. And once the rooks come there, then you just step your king back and you say, my rooks will do the job.
Mm-hmm.
Slip on takes you, discover the rook onto the queen, you're threatening checkmate. Yeah, so she would just literally, so the king is coming back, but the rook is not there.
Okay.
So she has the ideas in mind, but the rook needs to be here. This rook needed to be here. If that rook was there, it would be all kind of worms opening up for white. you know, white
Mm-hmm.
would be in trouble up to his neck.
Mm-hmm.
But now white needs to come up with a counter. And I think white counter is going to be something like playing the rook queen here to get rook down, check, sacrificing the rook, queen takes, check, and then probably even going back queen here, check, going for some perpy, um, trying to break through, but this is what's coming. But when you move queen here, if your opponent plays pawn takes, again we talk about this umbrella pawn.
Okay.
It looks dangerous. I'm going to play the move queen here. And when my opponent plays the move pawn takes, I'm going to push the pawn to g3 and let your pawn be my protector. I'll analyze that on the board to show you. So
Okay.
if I go back, I'm going with this move here. My opponent's intention is to take here. And now I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And this pawn now acts as a complete protection to my king because you can attack my pawn, but you can't attack your own pawn. So I've
Mhm.
just turned your pieces into my permanent defense.
Right.
All right. And then I can now follow through with continue with my attack to go root down, get my pieces active, get my pieces into the attack to completely blast away your defense. That's a part of the story as well. That's a part of
Right.
the story that we tell in chess. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But if I go, let's go back to the actual game. And her time is running out, so she hasn't done anything for the black side yet. And again, it would have been a lot easier for her if this rook was just here. If that rook was there, it would have been game over. So sometimes
Mm-hmm.
just a simple move step is all it takes to just lose control of a game completely. I think there are moves happening on the board. We're not seeing them, but I'm sure there are moves happening on the board. She doesn't seem like the type of person just not to move it when things get dicey.
Right.
You know?
Are you
She's going to,
still talking about Abigail? Because yeah, there are some moves being made. I
yeah,
guess
that's
we haven't
Abigail's
seen.
board.
Do we have Georgina? Is she on a board that's
That is visible.
yeah.
No. So Georgina board, we don't have a. Yeah, Georgina's
Oh,
on
okay. So she,
board. Well, it says board 3, but we don't have any movements on our board. I don't think we have a device on our board.
okay. Just checking to see how the ladies are doing in the competition.
And do we have any close up of any other games? All right, so we have a close up there. So if I can come in and see what's happening, I think that is Abigail's board, is it? Yeah, that's Abigail's board. So if we could get the
Yeah, yeah,
piece of
that's
paper, we
Abigail.
could analyze that game,
Mm-hmm.
and it would seem can't get it any. We could probably bring
Abigail, it
that
looks
one
like she's
in.
on board 6 on ID chess. Oh, were you talking about Abigail?
Yeah, yeah. We want to see the actual board because we have some movements happening there, and I know she has an attack going on. But the new position, the position hasn't been updated. Wait a second. Am I seeing the position now? Yeah. So we got some movements there. So I will bring it back into frame, and yeah. So some stuff's happening there. Again, that umbrella pawn that we're talking about
Mm-hmm.
is possible with Abigail, but I don't think she's going to play that dangerous. She's more like conservative. She's probably going to take the pawn. The problem is that your opponent can always attack you through your pawns, not their pawns. Um, so she has to find a way to get everything in it.
Okay.
I think a move from her here could be if she played pawn takes pawn check, or her opponent just played pawn takes. The problem is that her king is just in the middle of the two rooks. You see, the rooks are going to always be stronger when they support each other. They have to be connected. So
Mm-hmm.
probably Abigail's best move now is going to be to play like a bishop here to e6. She has to block out this rook and queen combination. Yeah, very good. So she blocks
Mm-hmm.
out that combination, and then now she's just being fancy. Yeah, she's going after this pawn. She's trying to break away that defense. One would say, why can't this pawn capture? That pawn is pinned. All right, now her opponent might get her to get that rook in because the rook is under attack. She needs to get this rook in the game. She played it on
So
this.
why would she not take that pawn? I mean, that's the pawn that's
Yeah,
why would she take
well,
the pawn?
she's going after taking this pawn. Problem with taking this pawn is that once she takes this pawn, the rook is going to be pinned.
Oh, okay.
right? So she doesn't get anything more out of taking it. And I don't think she's the one who wants the exchange. So there she goes. She's taking this pawn. Now she has a pass pawn, but this rook needs to get into the game. She needs to get this rook into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she, yeah. Ooh. You see, this rook is now hanging. That was a problem with playing that fancy move down here with the rook and the g4 square. Because now when your queen move, the rook is hanging. Your opponent can take it for free.
Mm-hmm.
All right, your opponent can just simply take that rook for free. And but our opponent didn't take. I don't think our opponent take. If our opponent doesn't take it, she's going to get rook takes pawn. Yeah, yeah. So our opponent sacrifices the rook, and after queen takes, our opponent is just going to take this rook. So, oh, she gave up her queen. Something is happening here. Something is happening on the board that we're not seeing. Because I don't think the queen and so forth. I think those pieces would have come off the board. Some things happening on the board where we're not seeing.
You mean it's not being picked up?
It's probably not being picked up because I'm seeing some pieces that are there for free. Because this is going to be this is checkmate. This is checkmate. If she plays rook here, this is checkmate. So yeah, we're definitely not seeing. This was checkmate just now. Rook to f2 was check. The king has to step to g1 and queen to g3 is check. The queen has to block on g2 and queen takes this checkmate. So
Mm-hmm.
that was mate in three or mate in three just now. Check, check, mate. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're probably not picking up everything on the board. Well, yeah, queen check was also mate. We're not picking up everything. Like maybe we are. Some things happening here. Like there's a lot going on the board. There's a lot going on the board. Like some of these mating patterns. Like here's another one. This is a similar mating pattern to the one we talked about before with the discovery check. She had this move was able to be played. Let me go to the analyzing board. This was checkmate right here. Queen here,
Okay.
check. That's checkmate. It's a double check. So my rook is checking you. But not just that, my queen is checking you. So if I go back to the analyzing board for it, it was when she played queen to c5. It was right here. Um, yeah, so it was check. The king has to step back. The queen comes here, check. The queen has to protect. And queen takes is then checkmate. So that, and then queen takes it with that then checkmate. So that one was also missed on the board. But again, and under the time pressure, she's down to 37 seconds on the clock. She's probably just looking to move very quickly there. She still has her queen on the board, interesting enough. She probably looking to, but she has to be mindful that, I mean,
Well, wait a minute. Are we looking at the board? Is the game over?
let me see. You see, I am in the, it seems as if the game is over.
They're realigning.
Or yes, they reset the board and
Reset it. Okay.
based on the positioning of the kings now. At the end of a game, if you position the king, the white king on the e4 square, it normally means that white wins. So I just saw the king be placed on the e4 square, so I'm assuming that white won the game.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it would seem as if white won that game again. But like again, she may have missed some checkmate in that position. She could have possibly lost on time because it did come down to a time scramble.
Okay.
Our opponent was also trying to give checkmate, obviously, in the position. Um, she was trying to promote her pawn, still two steps away from getting there, though. But yeah, it definitely came down to a time scramble. Some very interesting questions. So these are going to be some of the material. Like with one of the great things about ID chess is that it allows you to recreate a lot of these positions. We have another game here.
Mm-hmm.
We have another game here, and I can see on the screen. I'd love to get a close up of that one. Looks like another end game. End games are very exciting, by the way, because you have a lot. The top stop. This is board 3. Let me see if I can pull it up on the ID chess board. This is board 3, game 3. Let me see. Oh, so it's not being displayed here, but so all these stocks have stopped. So I'm going to stop sharing here and see if we can just take a closer look at that board. If that board could come into the frame, could make that board into the frame, then we could, yeah, there we go. So we have rook and bishop versus a queen in an endgame where, ooh, is that a check? No, that's not a check. That's not a check. So black is trying to promote that pawn, but can't move it forward without the protection of the queen. So if we can get that bishop, we have to just put that bishop on a square where that pawn can't push forward without us taking it off.
Mm-hmm.
So the queen is on that dark square. Oh, so black is getting ready. Black is getting ready to push that pawn. Probably we should push our pawn and see an f5. Yes, so black is pushing the pawn. Can't allow him to push that pawn. That pawn should have tried and blockade. So if we go back now to attack the pawn, it's going to get one more square down the board. And the further that pawn goes down the board, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
So the queen, and this again is the chemistry of the pieces. Notice how the queen and pawn are working together to support that pawn in going down to the other side of the board. You get down there, you get your promotion, you get the queen, and the game is over. Now, white is trying his very best to work his bishop and rook to make sure that pawn doesn't get there. You know? So
Right.
it's a matter of teamwork now. How well do we work those pieces together? So that last move of moving the king back was a waste of a move to in order to get those pieces done. And that pawn, there it goes. One more step. It's 2 steps away now. That pawn is only 2 squares. You only have 1 square you can blockade it on. There's only 1 square you can blockade that pawn on. Right? So you have to
Mm-hmm.
get that bishop on a dark square to blockade that pawn. If you don't get it
Mm-hmm.
on a dark square, that pawn is going to reach to the other side of the board. The promotion square is a light square, so you have to try and blockade it. And I think that would be the B2 square. You have to try and blockade it on the B2 square. I think her time ran out. I think her time ran out. I think isn't that is that
Yeah,
Georgina?
that's Georgina.
That's
Yes.
Georgina. Her time ran out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it was hard for her trying to figure out where to blockade, using that bishop to blockade that pawn. It was a very difficult task for her. I think she lost on time. But yeah, that's the pressure of it. That queen and the pawn, the combination, the support that that queen is giving to that pawn to go down the other side of the board was just more than she could manage, you know? And
Mm-hmm.
these are points in the game where you have to build that fortress. You have to understand, well, what do I do? And it's not just what do you do, but what your opponent is trying to do. And
Right.
what moves do I make to prevent my opponent from doing it?
Right.
Right? And that's what she really needed to do. She really, this gentleman here, she really,
Okay, we could get, yeah, there we go. So,
all right? We have a better view from next side, but I mean, he has
yeah,
an interest in the game as
it
well. I mean,
happens. This is
everybody wants to see.
this
You
is
know?
this is live, happening live. People are
It's happening
focused.
live. You know, everybody wants to see what's happening there. So I think
Yeah,
Thomas was
just
going to
point of
say that she's
information, if you
blocking.
can hear me. She
Yes,
didn't lose
Thomas.
on time. The
Mhm.
clock just went off, and they are trying to correct, so they continue on the game. So
Oh,
don't
Oh,
so the
forget
game's
the
not over.
actual time
oh,
on the clock, and the game continues from where it stopped because the clock just went off. They were pressing so hard, and the clock
oh.
went off.
Oh, okay.
You remember when I was
It,
telling
it,
you about that when
it
we
was
had those analog clocks and your opponent would bang the clock so
Yeah,
hard
yeah, you
that
were
they
saying that.
tried to get your time to fall. Sometimes
Mhm.
when players get really intense, they hit the clock so hard and they will knock the battery will shift, the timer will go. And this is where you now need to have that visual to see if we can reset the time back to the exact time that was on the clock for both players, you know? So
Mhm.
sometimes you have to go back to the arbiter who was watching or even the video footage to see what time was there.
It's like a
So
replay.
yeah, kind of like a replay. So
Mhm.
again, she's still trying to figure out how do I get that bishop to blockade that pawn. She needs to prevent that pawn from pushing. Her opponent just pushed the pawn, but he's going to fall. No, he pushed the pawn. Why did he push the pawn? He's been trying. He's working the bishop,
He
the queen,
forgot.
and
He
the pawn
forgot.
all this time, and
He,
he thought he would have
he
had
forgot
time
Thomas,
there
to
was a
check.
rook
hold
behind
on.
it.
Thomas, we can still hear you. Are you
I
saying
think he
something?
forgot there was a rook. I think he
Yeah, the
forgot
rook
there was a
cannot
rook on the
block on
file.
the f2 square. So he thought he was going to fort the king and the rook, but no, when he does queen check, the rook is going to block on the f2 square and everything is saved. And this is a part of life where we sometimes get ahead of ourselves. So we're taking little steps to get there. And then we just figure, you know what? I want to cross the finishing line now. And he made that move, which he thought he was crossing the finish line immediately. And he ended up losing the pawn. That was the critical pawn. That was the pawn to win the game for black. Black is still better. Black is still better in the position, but it's not as easy anymore because white pieces are now coordinated. White can now create that fortress and say, hey, I'm not losing this game, right? If white puts that king and bishop and everything protects each other, white is not losing this game.
Mm-hmm.
White can build that fortress, and white has to try to build that fortress right now. Right? The rook is on the attack. You build that fortress by keeping those pieces on the wrong color square, you know? So it's
Mm-hmm.
important to know build that fortress.
Yeah, because I already had him in the end zone. I thought he was done. I thought he was
Yeah.
in there.
So back to f2. Put that rook back on f2. Oh my gosh. George, this happened to her yesterday when she put her king out and it wasn't able to get back. She's setting up herself once more for that to happen. She needs to put her king to the safer square behind the pawns and let the rook and bishop do the job. You know, where her king was, but she's bringing her king out. The more you bring your king out, the more you expose that king, the more difficult that position is going to be. And I hope that is not where she's trying to win. Because when you get ahead of yourself in positions like this and you're trying to win a game, you put yourself into deeper chain process and you're more likely to make a mistake. You see, what black needs to now do, oh my gosh, her pieces are no, they're not coordinated as well. She's putting them out. When those pieces go further and further out, she's more likely to lose one of those pieces. And she's now exposed. She's fully exposed. That king is fully exposed. So the pawns are also going to be a target. The pawns are, and she's pushing the pawns. Georgina is trying to win. She's trying to win. If she tries to win, she's going to overextend into this position and she's probably going to lose the game. Yeah, she's trying to win. Queen to Queen to h2. Queen to h2. Yes, there we go. Queen to h2. The king is now being exposed. The king is being exposed. Now you can create a separate fast pawn on this side of the board. Black is only using the queen. The queen is not going to be able to do it by himself. You need to get those pawns marching. You have to create an additional threat. The queen by itself is not going to do it. I think black may not know how to finish this one off with the time control. But then
Mm-hmm.
again, if Georgina king is exposed, Georgina has to be looking more out for threats. So there's no risk to black at the moment. And that creates a completely different mindset. Georgina's put herself once more in a position where she's trying to win the position by creating additional weaknesses for herself.
Okay.
All right. Now the position could have been her opponent needs to create additional threats. So goes there goes. All right, there you go. So he's now breaking the pawn structure. So once he gets rid of that pawn, the F pawn is now going to be a pass pawn, and that's how you have to win the game. You have to win the game by creating password. He's getting rid of the defense, the cover for Georgina now. And this is the problem. Because she extended those pawns, she created a scenario where her opponent can now win. And this is going to now burn more time off her
Mm-hmm.
clock because she now have to be solving these problems. I can tell you the heart rate for these two players right now, if it's high for her. It's a lot higher for her now because she's the one having to defend, but she's the one who pushed for a win. There are times when you have to just buckle down and say, "I'm here for the ride. Do your
Right.
best, or do your worst." You know?
And go and just go in.
Yeah. But
Go in and get
she
it
went
done.
for it, and now the pressure is there. She had to lock down. She had to buckle down, but she didn't. She didn't buckle down that position. And now it's also taking more time off the clock for her. She captured, the queen captured, and again, the angle from here is not as good as the previous angle we had, but yeah, now we're seeing where our opponent is coming in. Noticing all three pieces are now just completed. The rook is what is holding everything together. All right, the rook is
Mm-hmm.
trying to hold the bishop and the pawn together, and her opponent is just jabbing at her, and her king is the one that's holding the rook. All right, so
Mm-hmm.
this is one of those positions where she has some tricks up her sleeve. So if she step her king over to f2, she's threatening to probably get a pin or something out of it, but she just has to try staying balanced there. Keep everything protected. Don't move that bishop. Keep the king. Keep everything protected. Just keep everything protected. Move that king around. Just move that king around. Move it back around. Just keep everything protected.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Put your opponent back under pressure. Oh my gosh, she moved the bishop. Do not. You see, moving the bishop there. No, she's tying down her queen, her king, to the bishop. Just move it back. I must give her credit for the fighting spirit, but I mean, there is the fighting spirit, and then there is the spirit of you have to swallow your pride. You have to just say, you know what, I'm not winning, but I'm not going to lose this game. Yeah, that's a losing move now because no, there's nothing protecting the pawn. Not there, not there. You don't want to go there. Not there, not there. You went on the wrong side. What you should have done, really, is you should have just played the queen all the way back, hitting the pawn, and then pawn push.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the pawn is now able to push. So he's pushing the pawn. So this is a problem for Giorgino. This is the big problem. Your opponent getting back another pass pawn, but you created that. The good thing, oh, wait a second. Georgina has some tactics on the G7 square. I think we're back to a drawn position. Is there? What if queen check, queen check? Give me back that handle. That handle is a lot better. Can I get back that handle, please? Um, yes. So he took the pawn. Check. Yeah, I think she can draw this game. Oh no, she's in check. He took the pawn with a check. Oh my gosh, she made an illegal move. She made an illegal move. But here's the major problem. The arbiter should, because she made an illegal move, she's going to lose the game.
So, is there any significance in
I
the
think
opposing? Oh, go ahead, Thomas.
according according to our rapid rule, if you make a first illegal move, the 1 minute to the time of the opponent. The second
Mhm.
illegal move, then you lose the game.
Yeah, but based off the
And this
illegal
is just
move,
the first one.
yeah.
Okay. So I guess that's the first one. I was asking, is there significance in the opposing your opponent queen making it to the other side? Now the pawn making it to the other
No,
side.
just the pawn. So only
Oh, okay.
pawns are, yeah. But the game is lost. Um, the problem is that she made the illegal move with the rook, and the thing is that the rook can make a legal move, so she has to move the rook. Oh wait, she has to move the rook because the rook can make a legal move, so she has to use the rook to protect. She made an illegal
And
move
that's
with,
what the arbiter is discussing right now.
yeah. She made an illegal move with the rook, and the rook can make a legal move, so she's going to be forced to move the rook to a square, and that is going to lose the rook on the board. So she's forced to give away the rook. She's forced to give away the rook. It's very unfortunate. So the illegal move that she made was with the rook, unfortunately, and the rook is actually able to legally move to a square. So because she touched the rook and moved it, she's going to be forced to move that rook.
She has to move it. Oh,
She's
okay.
not happy with it though, because she really she wants to move the king, which is going to put her back in an okay
And
position.
and this and just for our viewers to get it clear, is these are two rules being enforced. One is the illegal move or not check and then play something else, and the second rule is the touch play move.
Yeah.
If you touch a piece, you must play. That's the touch move.
So
So these
separate.
are two rules you have
Yeah.
to enforce in one play.
Yeah. So
That's what the
she's
arbiter
forced
is
to
trying
move the
to
rook
explain
because
to the two players.
the illegal move was made
Okay.
with a piece that can legally move.
So because she touched the piece and made an illegal move, she has to move that piece because
She
she
have to
touched
move the
it
piece that can
into a
legally
Like
move.
legal.
Yeah.
this.
Okay.
So the piece that she touched can legally make a move.
And and now she has resigned. She chose to resign instead of continuing again.
Yeah. So
Well,
the move
there's a
that
bit
would
of
legally be
history.
made
History.
would
Hold
actually
on.
end the game.
Hold on. Thomas, what were you saying now?
There's a bit of history there. The two players are from they were in the same chess club as kids. They learned chess from the same coach. They came up together. So uh, the boy has been our junior champion before, and then Georgina became female champion. So they both developed fast at different timeline, but there has always been tension between them. Whenever they meet, it's like a fight to the death. So this is more than just a game for the two of them.
Eh,
There you go.
isn't that
So,
that what you were talking about, Ryan? The
yeah.
whole history sometimes
Yeah.
between the players.
Sometimes there are some backstory behind those matches, and it has to be settled over the board. So it's more than just a point at
Yeah.
that point. It's more than just a game.
Mm-hmm.
It's
There's
more.
a lot more run
It's more.
and the line. But she
So that was the last game in round seven, and we preparing now for round eight. Yeah, you can go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
Okay, great.
yeah.
Thank you, Thomas. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that, Thomas. So one of the things we saw was in the position where I think Georgina could have buckled down in the game, and instead of buckling down and just taking the draw, she pushed for the win. But when you have history with a player, and I'll share this with you, the best way to get that win is to say, hey, I'm okay with a draw. Because they're not going to be okay with draw. And now you're messing with their psychology. Like you're messing with their psyche at this point because they're not going to take the unnecessary risk
To try to win.
to try to win. And
Mm-hmm.
then that's when you show your true intent that I didn't want to draw either. I just wanted you to think I wanted a draw, for you to overextend, for me to then show you my winning opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I thought, like I say, once he pushed that pawn and you can see the emotion behind him pushing that pawn and giving it away.
Mm-hmm.
It was, I want to win so badly, I want to rub it in,
Right.
right? And that was when he overextended and he gave away the pawn. And at that point, when he gave away the pawn, again, composing yourself to settle down to say, all right, then I was losing this game. My opponent just threw the game back at me. How do I compose myself? How do I slow my rate? How do I breathe? Just take deep breaths
Mm-hmm.
and to now reassess the situation, the current situation at hand, and not throw it back away. And that's when you have that elo bar going up and down because It's not necessarily just the gameplay, but the emotions of the players
Mm-hmm.
that cause that elo bar to go up and down. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
Mm-hmm.
so that one was quite an interesting
Yeah,
interesting.
you could tell there was a certain energy
Yeah,
that was going
and
on.
I tell you, just being there, the opportunity to be there amongst the players and to get that little snippet of an interview right after is a whole
Yes,
different
yes.
ball game. You know, I would love to be interviewing those players like immediately after the game, like, and sometimes immediately after the game is not the right moment because, but
You get
at
that
that
raw
moment.
emotion.
At that moment, you get the raw elements. You get exactly what the emotions are running. You know,
You get something that you might not expect.
yeah, and a player might choose not to say, I don't want to talk about it. No, and players vent in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
You have some players that will just go and cry about it. You have some players who want to hit something. You have some players who want to break something. But
Mm-hmm.
players deal with their emotions different. You have some players who just laugh about it. You
Right.
have some players who are completely okay with talking about it and analyzing it. But every player deal with their emotions and their losses and their aftermath of the game different.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
sometimes capturing that moment is something that lives on with them. Just being able to capture that moment right there and then.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's kind of like that I don't know if you've ever seen that Superman movie where um the villain drops Lois Lane off the building and Superman was somewhere else saving someone else, and he was flying back as fast as he can to try to catch her before she hit the ground, and he
Mhm.
missed it by like a few seconds, so of course she hits the ground. And
Oh wow.
then yeah, and so he's does the right thing, doesn't interfere with Earth, but he decided that he couldn't take it. He couldn't take the fact that he missed the mark. So he flew opposite to turn the Earth back, to turn time back. I'm saying that's what I feel. I don't know why I always think about that moment when I do things and you miss it, and I get that sensation where you just want to fly, turn the time back, bring it back, and set yourself in a position to then, which is what he did in Carter. That was the only time that I think he interfered with.
With the timeline. Well,
Yeah, with
unfortunately in chess
humans.
we don't have that timeline because
No, we
you
don't have
see
that now. Wish we
we,
did,
we,
but
we don't have that take back. So
listen, this
what
Earth
Superman
will be
just
turning
did,
backwards for a long.
what Superman just did was a take back.
Yeah, yeah,
All right. What Georgina was trying to do was that take back. I
yeah.
want to move my king now. I recognize I don't want to move my rook. I want to move my king. And
Mhm.
life is like that. There are a lot of times we realize that if there are so many take backs I wish I could do in life, but you
Trust me,
can't.
that's why I remember that scene because it feels like, oh my God, if we could only do that.
Yeah, that's what we call a take back.
Oh yeah.
All right. Unfortunately we don't have those take backs.
And the
But
best you can do is learn. The best you can do is learn from it.
and move forward.
Yep.
We can't live life in the past. We have to live it in the present and now the moving forward, the future. Those
Hmm.
takebacks are not there. We make a bad move in chess and we sometimes dwell on it for so long that
Hmm.
it affects our next move going forward.
Yep.
And we have to understand that mistakes happen. It's a part of life,
Yep.
And but when those mistakes happen, how do we deal with them?
Right.
How do we move forward? I can tell
Hmm.
you, Georgina might be in a place now where she's just frustrated with playing chess.
Hmm.
And if she doesn't like recover from that quickly, it affects her other games,
Hmm.
So
It's just finding those techniques. It's for some people it's difficult to compartmentalize, um, because everything is so connected, but at the same time it's not. So one game is connected to the other in terms of the energy level and where you take or where you leave off on that board and moving to the next, but in actuality they are separate, and if you cannot mentally separate those pieces, and it's not just in chess. That's what I love about chess, is that it is life. You have to be able to sometimes, even in the midst of the most horrendous things that happen, you have to still be able to stay focused and take care of the businesses at hand. And after that's taken care of, then you can go back and either grieve or review, or but being able to delay that emotional response, that takes training to delay that emotional, because you feel it right now, so you're trying to express it. But
Yeah,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
that's really what it is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we connected here. But this is good. There's been some good matches in here.
I'm trying to find.
So they're preparing for round, is it round 8? I got to keep up. This is round 8.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find an event. I think I remember Georgina and us played. Show tournament details.
Mm-hmm.
This. Yeah, I know. No, I remember her.
What's that?
That Georgina.
Georgina?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we played her in round 7 at the Olympiad.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We did it.
You mean just recently, the last one?
Yeah.
Oh.
The last Olympiad, and we played Abigail as well.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They actually outranked our team. Like, they were much higher rated than the female team that we had there at the Olympiad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I was just going to ask, how did it turn out? But guess
Georgina won her game. But I remember that game against with Georgina and Laya. Laya's our top player, and I remember going through that game. So when I'm here watching her game on Zin, I'm like, there's something familiar with this young lady and her gameplay. And yeah, we played her in round 7 at the Olympia.
Oh, okay.
The only person to have won our game was our board 4, Abby, who won against their board 4. But yeah, it's interesting.
So it looked familiar.
Looked very familiar. That was I definitely I had to go back and like there's some familiarity here, and I wanted to just double check it, and it was round 7 of the Olympiad and the female side. We played them. Liberia won 3-1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think we could have won that board 1 game though. From looking at the game, could have won that board 1 game. And I remember Laya having an attack, and she just didn't follow through with the attack. But Georgina, she put up a really, like, the fighting spirit was phenomenal. She had the time advantage over her opponent and over my player as well.
Well, she definitely appears to be a very intense player. She's an intense athlete, and she's serious. She looks very serious about her game.
Yep. I can attest to that.
Well, I don't know whether it's that women in general may be a little more, you may detect their emotions a little more. I don't know whether that factors. I don't want to be sexist or anything like that. I don't know whether that factors in, but you can definitely see the intensity in her game. And then Abigail she's 16.
Abigail also played on team. Abigail played board 3.
So we hope to see them. We hope to see them both as we develop the league and adding the women's league.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Very entertaining. So what's next for Cayman Islands?
We're off to subzonals. Subzonals is or well, our next local tournament is going to be the junior nationals.
Okay.
Um, and then we have open rapid events. And those are all taking place in March. That actually starts on March 1st, March 2nd. So we have the juniors, and then we have an open national event, and then we have the president's invitation. So those are all the events happening in March. Next international event is going to be the subzonals happening in Trinidad, Calypso.
Whoa. Okay.
So after
Nice.
Trinidad, and then it's going to be to Brazil. So
So
I've
how often do you travel in a month? How often do you travel?
probably once per month,
Oh, okay.
or every other month. So
Mhm.
there are lots of tournaments. A lot of them are neighboring tournaments. So I mean, the Cayman Islands is very central. So I mean, it's not too difficult to get from one location to the next. So
Mhm.
there are
Mhm.
lots of flights going out, and being able to just connect through Miami is an ideal way of getting around.
Oh, okay.
Miami being the hub for AA is just pretty makes it very easy to get flights from one place to the next.
Okay.
But a lot of events. I was looking at the schedule for the CSE schedule of events, and it's a lot. Puerto Rico, Brazil, Chile, quite a bit of traveling back to Guyana,
Mhm.
Trinidad. So yeah.
And so the government covers the expense of entering the tournament and the travel. How does that work?
So traveling is normally on a clear basis. I mean, for major events, the
Hmm.
the hosting federation will normally cover um, like entry, accommodation, but you definitely have to put your plane fare, your transportation.
Okay.
To make these tournaments an international event, you tend to have to give the other federations some leeway to make them there, because if, say for example, I put on a tournament in the Cayman Islands and I don't make any preparation for other federations to come, then it can't be an international event. An
Hmm.
international event is when other federations are represented.
Okay.
So in order to get those federations to represent, you have to offer special perks to those federations to come, and it normally comes in the form of accommodation, or um, they get accreditation in terms of the players. They don't have to pay any entry fees and stuff like that. So those are some
Okay.
of the stuff that you would get.
Okay. You have to encourage them and assist in their being able to get it.
In
And
some
like
of
you
the
say, if you don't have federations that's coming from other areas, you can't call it an international if
yeah,
it's just
exactly.
you. If it's just you that's showing
Yeah,
up.
exactly. Unless you're the NBA and you can say, oh, all the players come from the American where they were.
Well, yeah, that's true. That is true. Well, listen, did I hear you say March 1? That means you're not going to be available for our Sierra Leone match, which is coming up March 1.
Yeah,
So, March.
March.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, the time. Well, again, looking at the time zone, we look at the time difference to see how we can do it, and that is going to be March 1 and March 2 for the national juniors.
Right, right.
So, but we look at the time zone. I mean, I sleep on February 28th. Make sure you get all your sleep in, and
So, get all your sleep in. So,
get all
yeah.
your sleep in, because we have 2 days of intense chess on the board, off the board, online commentary. So we
Mhm.
we yeah.
Mhm.
So I saw Thomas on just now, and then he disappeared. So
Yeah, he was on and popped off. I hate to, I kind of popped that back on. So, I don't know if they're ready.
mhm.
So, I
Probably
probably.
check an ID chess to see if we got any kind of updates. I'll
Mhm.
also check on Lee chess. Right over here.
Okay, so we've got some comments coming through. So folks are liking the fact that we get the opportunity to present these players, their skill, their talent, the competition. The competition is really, really something that that comes across. Even though they're there in person, we're online, but you can definitely see the competitive nature and the commitment to their craft. So we're definitely going to
Mhm.
be doing more of these broadcasts, along with once the teams are selected, that will have the competition between the countries. Now that should be something.
So our board eight or round eight pairings is up, and our round eight pairings actually. So my prediction for David coming away with that match against Jacob was indeed correct. So David won that one. Um,
On round, are we missing that round eight? I don't see
well,
your board. So are you
this
sharing your
this
board?
was this was the previous round. That was
Oh, the
round seven.
previous round. Okay, got you, got you.
So we're
So
now on to
David,
round eight, and
okay,
so it's Wallace versus David, and David is now on the 6 points. So
okay,
again, I think I called it in the last round that I think David is going to walk away with it. So
okay. You did
David
say
seemed like
that. We have you on
from
tape.
what I've been seeing, David seemed like the favorite throughout the match.
Okay,
He's not the highest rated player, and this is one of the cool things about chess. I mean, David came in as the number 3 seed, but I mean, he has managed to hold his composure in a lot of like difficult spots that you have seen, and he has been obviously being rewarded for it. So he's
mm-hmm.
currently on 6. There are 3 competitors on 5, and one on 5.5. So Kennedy is right behind David, and I think if I'm not mistaken, they played already. All right, and David, they played already. David beat him, so I mean,
Okay,
so he's a person that you would want to be more concerned about, the person who's closest to you. Um,
okay,
but still, just a half point that separate first place from second place, and one
mm-hmm.
point that separate third, fourth, and fifth from first place. So it's still anybody's game, but I think David has shown a little patch above the rest in terms of like
Mm-hmm.
he should be able to take it all. It looks,
He's definitely in the lead position.
yeah.
Okay. Well, we're going to be watching. We have what? Two more? Uh,
We have two
two
we
more
have two more
rounds,
rounds to
eight
go.
and nine. Okay.
We have 2 more rounds to go, and we we are looking at. So this hasn't loaded yet. No.
Mm-hmm.
So we have round 8. So they haven't loaded round 9. Yeah, round 8. So all right.
You all set?
Well, we're just waiting, and I'm not sure. I've been probably having some little technical difficulty there. The thing is that it's also getting late there as well. But I have to remember it's 5 hours, not 6 hours from me, but 5 hours from me. So it would be 7:30 there for them. 7:37 there.
Yeah. So almost 8 o'clock. So yeah.
So I think
Yeah,
to be
this
able to
this
get this.
today was definitely better. Starting a little later,
Mhm.
definitely better for me.
Yeah, so need to get these 2 rounds in call today because tomorrow is that day that nobody really likes that much.
Well, Mondays. Listen, you know what? Listen, I used to like you when you're working, it's always like Friday. You get paid Friday. That's the best day. But
Right.
after becoming an employer, I'm telling you, I love Mondays. Mondays are good.
Yeah.
They're the beginning of the week. They're great to look forward to the rest of the week. It's the opportunity to use that time so that your Fridays are even better.
Oh,
So
oh, Like you said, even
Different about
better.
Mondays.
So Friday still remains the best day of the week. So Mondays are good, but Fridays are even better,
Well,
right?
that's true too. That's true too because hey, it's Friday. It's
It's
the end of the week.
Friday, TGIF all the way. It's Friday.
Well, I'm just saying that I'm just not as against Mondays as I used to be.
Yeah, yeah,
So Mondays are good. It's a great start.
that's good.
You get a chance to set your week. That's what I like about it. So
And
if you had a good week, great. You got a Monday to make it better. If you have not such a good week, you got Monday as an opportunity to make it better. So
fresh
either way,
start, fresh
Monday
start.
makes it better. I think I like that slogan. Monday makes it better.
You need to some people to you have to share that analogy so persons can agree with you because I think there's a stigma against Mondays.
I
It's
know
Monday,
Monday gets a bad name. Somebody's got to be first. Something's got to be first. Monday,
Monday.
yeah, Monday
I've
makes it
seen
better.
so many memes that just simply put Mondays in the ground.
I know.
You
Monday gets a bad rap. Just like the 13th, it gets a bad rap.
Yeah,
But I've had some good things happen on the 13th. So again, that's one of those things that I changed my mind about it. So you know what? It's mind over matter, and it's all what you make it.
I
You
agree.
know.
Mind over
So
matter.
it's a mind over matter. Yeah, but no Sundays are nice too, but Mondays are good.
Sundays start getting a bad rep because people say they're too close to Mondays.
Right. They'll be stressed out about, but see, that's if you have a problem with Monday. So the thing is like, if you get a grip on Monday, then you have a better Sunday. See, because I'm not stressed about Monday because I love Mondays. It's a great start. So Sundays doesn't stress me. Now, when you have a bad thing about Monday, like Monday, so as Sunday kind of falls, as the time kind of ticks along on Sunday, you're getting depressed because you don't like Mondays. So
Okay.
what you do is get a feel about Monday, then the issue on Sunday goes away.
Probably persons should more look at why is it that they don't like about Monday? Is it because of your job? Because if you don't like your job, then it's not the day. I
Thank
love my job.
you.
I love my job. I actually look forward to Tuesday. Why? Because I have a group of kids that I work with at Tuesday, and they just light up the week for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I look
Mm-hmm.
forward to my Tuesdays. My Tuesdays
Yeah.
are off the chain.
Yeah. That's what it is. You gotta find the life that you love so that every day is a good day.
Yeah, that's what my son says to me. He goes sing and go that. Eh, I'm on vacation every single day because I love my occupation. Eh.
That is cute. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, just love life. Listen, the options, or I would say the alternative, is not that great. So go with what you got and make it the best. Make it the best. And I know that's easier said than done. Easier said than done sometimes. But
If it's just to live life, then it should be easier. It should be a lot easier than you think because I mean, just live your life, enjoy your life, make the most of it. I think that's
mhm,
it. It's not just about enjoying; it's making the most of it. Like
mhm,
I believe that at the end, I should have lived a life that I can be proud of, that my children can be proud of, and
mhm.
I can say, you know what, I probably did not accomplish everything that you want. And sometimes you have these things, you have the wants and the needs, and I live my life every day knowing that I'm making a difference in some
Right.
way, shape, or form, and
Right.
I'm happy with that.
Right.
I'm
And
very happy
that's
with that.
that's so true, because I think that if you think of things in ultimately what the end, and I don't mean the end of your life, even end of a project or end or finishing, then you kind of miss the whole. I think that the whole point of the process gets missed, and really the learning, the growing is all in the process.
Yeah.
you know. And so the ups, the downs, you learn to appreciate them all. You know, I don't know whether just as getting older, you just kind of learn to just appreciate the whole process, and that even the stumbling blocks are good things sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
Not so much when you're going through it because, you know, but when you look back, you realize you know, that
That made
detour.
you who you are. It was a part of
Right,
your growth. It
exactly,
was a part of your development, And
exactly.
sometimes we look at some of the obstacles that we are faced with, and we run from them, we hide from them. But these obstacles are there to make you a better person. These
Yes.
obstacles are there to make you stronger, to make you grow. And it's the same thing in chess. You have sometimes a person who just run. They don't like this particular line in an opening, so they would
Hmm.
play their games and try to hide from it and run from it. While, in other words, if they face it, it will improve their chess.
Hmm.
So we have to face our fears. We have to face
Yeah.
our challenges, our
Yeah.
obstacles. We have to face our demons in life. You know,
Yes, you do.
and we
Yes,
have
you
to put
do.
them behind us. And
Yeah.
when we face it, it's behind us. It's no longer blocking our path. It's no longer
Right.
blocking our progress. It's no longer blocking us moving forward because we
Right.
have just faced it and put it behind us, put it beneath us, and we
Hmm.
it has only when you put something beneath you, it elevates you
That's right.
because
And that's
you're
what
now
that
on
whole
top of it,
process is for. Yeah, I like that. I like
right?
that. I like to write a book. No, you're right. And part of facing it and the process of facing it gives you the tools to learn how to deal with it. So you don't necessarily, it doesn't necessarily get past you like, oh, I got past that, I never have to look at that again. No, it's just that when it comes again, because it will come again, now you have the tools to circumvent falling into the pit hole. Now you can, rather than it being you know, a blockade, you know how to navigate around it, how to go through it, how to step over it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even dig a hole under it, but you know how to navigate around it. And so when you face those things, that's the lesson that you gain from it. So every time you don't face it, that thing just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger till it seems insurmountable. You know, what are you doing?
I was
Oh,
just
too
my laptop was falling over, so I was just adjusting it.
Oh my God, I'm on this stool. I have to, next time I have to do another position because it's like it's so uncomfortable after
Yeah,
about an hour or two.
I,
It's
I
like, oh
think
my
I think getting a comfortable spot to
God. Uh-huh.
do 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. Yes, they ran for 6, 7 hours, right?
Yeah, oh my gosh. I was gonna sit in the front room in the living room, but then that was too comfy. I would have been too comfortable. Like, okay, no, that's not good. I would be chilling too hard. So it's like, let me just sit here and make the most of it. So, but I feel great. It's good. It's all good.
That's great.
Plus it's
Great.
Sunday.
Plus
So
it's Sunday, right? Your Monday is coming up.
and I have no stress about Monday.
Your
So
Monday is coming up.
I'm good. I'm good. So yeah, so if I look at the days of the week, like Thursday is for me like the best day. Thursday is the best day of the week. So Mondays, even though I don't have any problem with it, it's not like it's my best day. But Thursday is my, actually Monday is a good day for me when I'm thinking about work. Thursday is the best day when I'm thinking about chilling out, just relax. That's what, like, most of the time Thursday is my day. You know,
Okay.
that's my day for me. If I don't have anything that I have to do, it's not like I'm not going to schedule anything on Thursday, but that's the day that, like, to schedule something on Thursday,
Mhm.
it's got to be really important, you know, for it to be
Okay.
Thursday. Otherwise, Thursday is my day. So just so everybody know, Thursday is my day.
Okay.
Putting it out.
So won't set any meeting plans or anything like that on a Thursday.
Thank you.
Got you.
Thursday is my day. It has to be
Got you.
really, really, really important. Yeah. Okay. We could do it Thursday. But but yeah, so that's how it is. Monday and Thursdays are good days. What are your best days of the week?
My best day of the week is Friday and
Remember
Monday.
you said Friday. But see, everybody says Friday. That's like saying I like
Friday.
chocolate ice cream.
Wait,
Yeah.
before it was Saturday.
Okay.
Before
Why
it was
Saturday?
Why Saturday? Because I used to do this master class on a Saturday, and
Mhm.
I used to just spend the entire day doing chess with these kids, and I mean, and I've been doing this for like over 15 years.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
And on Saturday, where I'll meet with all these kids and all these kids from different schools, and we'll just do chess. And it was somewhere where kids would come for chess for like 1 hour, 2 hours, and they end up spending the entire day, six,
Mm-hmm.
7, 8 hours. I
Mm-hmm.
remember there were times when the parents would come to pick them up, and it would be night, and the kids would be like, "Oh, one more game, one more game." And I remember us just doing that consistently every Saturday
Mm.
for for a good time, like literally, like I said, over 15 years.
Wow.
And when I moved to the Cayman Islands, I started back that similar thing where we would do chess on a Saturday. As a matter of fact, when I moved to the Cayman Islands, I was doing it with those kids still online.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah, but it was just not the same.
Right.
And
Right.
I started doing it in a physical and online space. So now it was like a hybrid space. So I was in a physical space, but then I would have had a camera doing the session, and the kids who were back home in Jamaica were watching. I had some kids in the US who would tune into that as well, and they would watch, and it was a really good. But that was my favorite day, is Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No, Friday is my favorite day. All right. So
Okay. Well,
Friday.
those are Friday and Saturday. Okay, pretty late back days.
And I guess Friday is my favorite day because again, I look forward to these sessions that I do with some kids who just you know that if they don't see you,
Mm-hmm.
it's like wop
Yeah.
wop wop. And so because you're like Santa to them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They see you and they go, Mr. Black Horse. All right. And if
Oh,
that
so you like the love. You like the love.
yeah. All right. So the same way in which they look forward to seeing me, I look forward to seeing them.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
and,
It's
and that that
mutual.
and that's part of my work. And I mean, it's like I remember when I was much younger, one of my good friends, this was like my best friend, he said to me, we used to live same place, we used to work together actually. And he
Mm-hmm.
said to me, um, if you're supposed to win like the lottery tomorrow, like what would you do?
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about millions of dollars. And he was like, and I said to him, what would I do? I would actually go to work the next day.
Yeah, right.
I swear, I kid you not. I would go to work the next day
Well,
because
you would go until you actually collect, like just because you win, but you haven't collected the money yet.
no,
But listen, when you
no,
collect the money, you are not going to work.
I'm telling you,
Mm,
I'm going
okay.
to work because I'll be like, I'm going to work the next day.
Mm, okay.
Like I was at that point. Do I feel the same way? I feel the same way about some of the classes that I do. Uh, but with some of those kids that I
Mhm,
work with, I would
mhm.
definitely be still going to those sessions. I'd still be going to work on those sessions. But when he said it to me, the only thing that popped to me is like, wait a second. You mean if I win the lottery, I won't be able to do my classes? Like I wouldn't be able to go? Then probably I wouldn't want to win. But I would want to still be
Wait,
able
wait,
to
wait,
do.
wait. Hold on a second. You said you wouldn't want to win the lottery, or you wouldn't want to go to like if you had to sacrifice not going to the classes, you would sacrifice the millions. Okay. See, I was with you up until that.
It wouldn't just be a. It wouldn't just be a. No,
Okay.
it wouldn't just be a yeah, it wouldn't be an easy decision, because
So
I
it
think
would be an easy decision. Like, okay,
no, it
no.
wouldn't. It wouldn't be
Love you
because
guys, but see ya. No, listen. See, now you can take the money and you could create your own thing. You know what I'm saying? You can,
no, but that's it. You're saying you have to sacrifice not being able to do what you love doing. That's what
Oh,
it
okay,
means.
got
Yes.
you, got you. Okay, yeah, okay, that might be a little okay.
So it wouldn't be an easy. And a lot of times you hear people say to you, money can't buy happiness, and they say, well, you haven't been to Dubai.
Yeah.
So if you think money can't buy happiness, then you need to go to Dubai.
Yeah, yeah, really. At least for a while.
Well,
Let's
that was
just
an
say
ad
yeah,
that
for
I
a
saw.
little
I'm
bit.
not sure. I don't know, but I
Right.
remember seeing an ad that said, "Well, if you think money can buy happiness, then you need to come to Dubai."
So go check it out.
Yeah.
Well, it's money can't buy joy. Money can probably keep you happy, but joy, they say joy, that's from inside, not from the happenings. Like happy is the happenings and circumstances around you. And the circumstances around you can probably keep you happy for a while.
Mm.
But inner peace and joy, can money buy inner peace and joy?
All right. So we seem to be having some a delay. I'm going to take a restroom break, and I will be back for the next round to start. So hopefully because we're not getting any movements on the ground there. So I'm going to
Yeah,
take a quick break, and I'll
maybe
be
some
back.
internet connection. So yeah, I'll put the music up for those who may
Yeah,
be tuned in a little bit, and we'll both take a break. I will get a cup of coffee.
coffee break.
A coffee break. So see you back here in like 5.
All right then. Okay.
Mhm.
So we're back with round 8. Until this complete was done. Next time. So the coffee break turned into coffee and bagels. All right, so we're back with round 8, and trying to see if I can get these boards up. Have some live boards connected. I mean, our top game for this round is going to be on board 1, where David, well, that's Wallace using the white pieces versus David, or tournament leader. Other persons in very close contingents are, you have the, I'm on the wrong page here. This is the page I'm looking for. So other persons in contingents are like on board 2, you have Jacob versus Kennedy, with Kennedy's clearly in second place with 5.5 points. And then we have Jacob with tied for third with 5 points. And then on board 3, we have James Thunder versus Joe. James with 5 points and Joe with 4 points. And to round off the top 4 boards, it's Evans versus top female player, Georgia, also on 4 points. Any predictions for this round? I'm still predicting that David. Oh, you're muted, Ines. I'm still predicting that David is going to be ahead. Oh, Ines, you're muted.
There we go. See, too long of a break. You asked me if there's prediction. Like, okay, I'm following you.
Mhm. So I'm still predicting that David is going to now move ahead with his half point lead. So probably a point
Okay.
and a half lead. So and this is how you win tournaments. You have to go into that final round with an advantage that you're under less pressure
Mm-hmm.
on the board, because imagine going into a it's kind of like what boxers do. Like boxers, I think boxers go to a restaurant, oh, you already know how much money you're going to make if you don't win the fight, you know. you already you're making $20 million just to stay inside the ring. So once you walk in
Right.
the ring, you're getting $20 million. So
Right.
it's a lot different than, I mean, obviously there's a little pressure if you win, then you're getting probably an additional 20 million. But I mean, you're already getting 20 million.
Besides not wanting to get your butt beat in front of millions of people, so
Well, somebody have to get beat, right?
that's right. Somebody wins, somebody loses. that's that's the name of competition.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm trying to look for my results here. I had it up and put it down. Okay, all right, here we go. Got it.
I see we're getting about ready to start. The players are
Looks
there.
like
They have assumed their positions. One of the games I've been really watching is so we're having some issues on the board 1 um, device. But we'll also be able to see on board 4 that there's no device there. But, that's the board that Georgia is playing on. Oh, there is a device on that board. One other thing is that ID chess actually connects with the device at such a level that it tells you when the device batteries are running low, what percentage, connectivity, and so forth.
Well, it
So
tells you the device that it's connected to, and what is
yeah,
that? Is that the charge? Also, you can see the.
it gives you a charge and the connectivity, like how strong the network is.
Hmm.
It's showing so. All right, so we're off, and we are off. So this is board one, and see now a C4 on board one, and counter with the knight f6, and then we see a c6. So this could easily transpose into, um, let's see. Mm. I tend to play a lot of King's Indian,
Hmm.
Ninja Indian, stuff like that. Against d4, c4, nf3. Um, but as you can see, a lot of these players they are prepared for their opponent or they are come prepared. I think I'm using the wrong because all right. So this is what I need to do. I just worked it out. So if I share this one, that's the one I can actually edit on the board with. So it's this one I need to do. If I refresh, and if I switch to round nine, that's the live one.
You said you can't edit.
Now I figure out what I need to do to do
Oh,
the
okay.
edit. So I'm going to stop sharing. Go back here. Let's present again. Um, yep. Let's try this one. Mm, yeah. All right, taking back to that one. All right, so I'm going to have to just close this entirely and then present again. Here we go. All
You
right,
got it.
so we're not getting any movements on board one, so I'm not going to look back like that. So it's board two, and yeah. So what we had here, we had a C4, E5, we had a pure English, and now here. So both players are playing pretty fast. You can see it also within the increment, as in Kennedy's basically haven't used any time off his clock. You start with 15 minutes and you still have over 15 minutes of clock. So both
Okay.
players pretty much clear on the opening that they are playing. And like I said, normally I don't tend to analyze so much within the opening phase of a game because that's not where you start getting that creative thought process, the creative thinking. Creative
Okay.
thinking comes into play as soon as you're out of the opening and now players have to now start formulating their plan. Alright,
Hmm.
so this is going to be my middle game plan. This is how I'm going to strive for an advantage. But we can start assessing some of the pieces on the board. This bishop has a lovely diagonal. Problem is that it's not really doing much right now. But I mean, it controls some pretty good squares at the moment. This bishop, you tend to normally have, when you have a closed center, you tend to normally have a good bishop and a bad bishop. Right? So in other words, you could say that this is a good bishop for black, while this would be the bad bishop for black. Right? And because the pawns are on the dark squares.
Okay.
So this is a very interesting move played by white. Oh, could that be the reason? I'm wondering if white is thinking that black wanted to play the bishop here, put more pressure on this pawn, hence rook lift. But if that happened, you could have just moved the knight back and your bishop and everything would have been defending the pawn. So b5 was played, which I didn't necessarily like that move because you put a pawn in front of your bishop, which you remember that lovely diagonal I spoke about?
Right. Hmm.
Now, if you notice, that bishop is being blocked by that lovely diagonal
Yeah.
by
Okay.
your pawn, you know? So
Hmm.
what happens is that middle game plans are very important for players. and this is a position. And what both players should be aiming for is to control the space that is available. And the space that is available is this C file here. So both players should really be targeting and fighting over the control of this C file. For white, it's very straightforward because your pawns are already pointing that way. Your bishop is already pointing that way. So it makes a lot more sense for you to try and grab control of the C file as quickly as possible. And
Mm-hmm.
what we have seen happening is quite often or not, players create weaknesses for themselves that they later on have to try go around solving. Like this is going to be a big problem for black later on. Right? White can already start making that into a major problem, like just like dropping the bishop back, just start putting some pressure on it, and already you're probably losing the game. You know, so
Mm-hmm.
it's important. And then, oh, we actually that happened. Bishop came back, the rook protect, and now you have simple moves like just pawn push. Yeah, the moves are happening because the ideas are very straightforward. You have created weaknesses, and now all your opponents have to do is just exploit it. And we're already winning material. So bishop takes pawn. You're attacking the bishop. You can't play pawn takes because knight takes, and you can't queen takes because yeah. So you're already losing material
Okay.
this position. Probably even yeah. There you go. So pawn takes. You can't play bishop takes. Now your bishop have to drop all the way back, and just like that, white is already winning. And white is winning the game from one simple mistake made by black, which is to push the pawn, and your pieces stop operating together. They started acting against each other rather than for each other.
With each other. Yeah.
And that
Okay.
is piece coordination. At its basic form, your pieces need to coordinate. And it's really in the management structure of everything. If you have a management team and those persons not working together, it's going to
Right.
be hard for you to accomplish anything.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep. That makes sense.
So we have that happening right there, and this is board two. Yeah? So white is now burning some time. Do I go back here? Do I go back here? But really and truly, going back here doesn't make any sense because you're going to be biting a rock. So your better move is going to be to go back to c8, and you can at least try to move this knight to then try to start targeting this square. But here comes the pressure because these pieces are coming in. So now your queen have to drop back as well. And all your pieces just find themselves going back. I remember us analyzing a game very similar fashion to this, where we saw all of one opponent pieces just going back, going back. They're just losing ground.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a very similar ideal, um, where black could be just be losing ground in right out of the opening.
Yeah, because it looks like all of the pieces are kind of boxed in toward the end.
Yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
you see this bishop right here, this
Mm-hmm.
bishop can't move. All right. So this bishop
Oh,
started on
yeah.
this square
Right.
and it
Mm-hmm.
ended up back on this square. Now
Right.
in a position where it really can't move. So um what white needs to here's a nice little move. Rook to c8 is a nice little move. I actually like that move. Rook to c8 move. White is trying to trade. Yeah, you don't need to trade here. I mean, I see you're trying to fix your pawn structure, which is good. But in this case, we say to take is a mistake.
Yeah.
You're
A lot of
saying, right?
things. Okay. I gotta start writing these down.
All right, so to take is a mistake.
To take is a mistake.
To
Okay.
take is a mistake. So in this position, if black, it looks like, hey, the queens are facing off. You know, these queens, and they can capture each other. But if
Okay.
black was to take this queen, the pawn would capture, and now this pawn is just two steps away from promoting.
Oh, okay.
All right. And I
Mm-hmm.
think we have seen some too many endgames so far where those pawns reach to the other side of the board. It's
Right.
just chaos. You know, you're getting back
Right.
into that's right, the game is over. In the end game, if the pawns get to the other side of the board, that's game over. All right. So what just happened here? Oh, so more likely the queen capture the queen, the rook capture. So again, you notice when we see this glitch where we saw the queen and support being on the square, but really and truly, the queen capture and the rook capture. So
Yeah.
again, we're seeing this instance where the pieces are not coordinated. White was the one with the massive advantage, but he traded off the pieces. So if your disadvantage is in space, like if you don't have any space on the board, you have a
Hmm.
disadvantage in space, then what your opponent wants you to do is to keep those pieces on the board. So if I keep your pieces on the board, then
Hmm.
your pieces are not going to be running into each other, boom, boom, boom,
Right.
tripping
Right.
over each other, you
Right.
know. But if I take those pieces off the board for you, then you no longer have a disadvantage in space because you don't have anything that you need to occupy the space.
Right.
You
So
know,
are you saying by one opponent taking the pieces, that gives the other the
of course,
advantage, or
there
at
you
least
go,
opportunity, open space?
there you go, there
Okay.
you go.
Okay.
I prefer this move, the bishop here, and the idea is that you hold this pawn. You have to also look at your weaknesses on the board and how to hold on to them. Um, I'm still seeing a queen on the board. I know the queen is not on the board, but we're still seeing it on the board.
Yeah.
But I figure the queen is no longer on the board. That queen has been
Hmm.
captured already. Um, we just saw black capture the pawn and come back, and we say, "He who fights and run away will live to fight another day."
Another day.
Yeah. So when you capture something, you gain that material. No point in staying down there and lose it back. These are the worker bee. They go, they get the pollen, they bring it back home. And I think you had mentioned something. You said it's more than just getting the bacon. You have to know
Right.
how to bring it home.
The bacon's got to make it home.
Yeah. If the bacon didn't make it home, then did you get the bacon?
Did it really happen?
You
Right.
didn't really get the bacon, right? So you have to bring it home. All right. So if we look at board three, all right, well, this says board eight, but let me see if we can find another board with some action going on. Um, this board six, this is John and Kari. Let's see what's happening here. So this board, whose time is running? So white time is running. Black just play the move f5. What is f5
Okay.
doing? It's saying, hey, I'm protecting my knight. Why do I need to protect my knight? Because the bishop was attacking the knight. All right, and okay, so f5 was played. Protect knight. Problem is, if I still play bishop takes, your pawn takes, and guess what? Your pawns are doubled, and I can start picking them off like
Mm.
cherry. One, two. Oh, but wait a second. Again, one of the first thing I say when you come to a board to analyze, you count the material.
Okay.
Black is up a whole queen. It's a queen for this bishop. Queen for the bishop. And there's an extra pawn. So black also have an extra pawn with a queen for a bishop. So this
Okay.
one is pretty much game. Black is winning. But let's see how black got to this position. Sometimes it's more than just winning. Sometimes it's how did my opponent get to that winning position? What did I do? Did I plan? And this is how we learn from our mistakes. So we start out with
So in
knight.
other words, you're saying what moves did I make that put my opponent in a position? Is that what you're saying?
There you go.
Okay.
So we're looking at these moves coming out, and we saw this move. This queen to c8 is a pretty strange move, but obviously the reason why you want to protect the pawn. Your opponent
Okay.
played the move queen here, and they're attacking the pawn, and you said, "Well, this is the conversation. You're attacking my pawn. I don't want to lose my pawn, so I'm going to play my queen over to save my pawn." It doesn't
Okay.
look like one of those typical moves that you play, but it is played nonetheless. Sometimes we come up with solutions, and like I said, one might argue, well, that wasn't the best solution. Well, guess what?
Okay.
It's still a solution, you know? So
Right.
that was the way you solve the problem. Pawn push, looking now to break the center, and I guess c6. Yeah, c6 said, well, I'm holding my center together. And here white played g3. White is saying, hey, I want to let out this bishop. This bishop needs to come into the game, and I'm going to put it right here on g2. Um, Black played the knight out, and I put my bishop on g2. And black castled, I castled. So again, you see where players are all going for that development, king safety, and then you have the action getting started. So let's see how it went that I lost my queen. You played knight take, pawn takes, pawn. You're attacking my queen. So now I must take back. I can either choose to take back with my queen or I can choose to take with my knight. I took with my knight, very good. So now I'm attacking your bishop. So not only
Okay.
did I solve my problem, I also created a problem for you where I'm now threatening to take your bishop. All right. You move your bishop back. Again, the conversation is being had where I created a problem, you solve a problem. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I still have a piece on the background that is not developed. This bishop here. There might be a conversation that say, hey, I need to bring it out. Or um, I might want to put my rook on e1 to hold this pawn so I can do something like knight here attacking the bishop. So let's see
Okay.
what it is. So the rook was played to e1, saying, hey, I'm going to put my rook behind this pawn so I can defend this pawn so I can move my bishop. Okay. So the conversation is going on. And now one could say, well, I could actually now move my knight here, but white played e4. Interesting. All right, white says, I'm taking up these central squares. So if you notice, these are what we talk about central control. All of these squares are now being controlled by white. So these two pawns are hitting all four of those squares. So if any of
Mm-hmm.
your pieces were supposed to move forward onto any of these squares, I can capture you. And that's what I'm saying to my opponent. If you try to move forward to any of those squares, I can capture you.
Right.
So bishop takes, knight. Okay. I played what happened here? I'm suggesting and I'm figuring that some error occurred on the board here because black just captured the knight. And there's a saying, well, not one more saying, but you go and you say an eye for an eye. This is what happened when you grow up with your grandparents, you know. So I used to always hear these sayings, like your parents want to teach you something, especially your grandparents want to teach you something. There's a saying.
There's a saying for it.
There's a saying for it. There's a saying for everything. So I realized I adopted that principle that coming up with a saying for everything. So
Right.
this one, it's an eye for an eye. So
Okay.
your opponent captures something you want to capture back. You take my
Mm-hmm.
piece, I want to take back. Now, if you look at the last move played, the bishop captured the knight. Now, remember
Okay.
we discussed that bishops and knights are the same value. So technically, this is just an equal trade. The bishop takes a knight. Well, I take back. You
Okay.
know, I didn't lose anything. I didn't gain anything. You take, I take back. I just take back the knight. But what we're seeing happening is that the bishop didn't take; it ran back to h1, which is kind of very strange. So I'm assuming that was an error. So what was played here was e5, and then black didn't move the bishop. So yeah, definitely an error. So I'm assuming that the bishop had captured, and then e5 was played. So
Mm-hmm.
this bishop is really here, and that black bishop is not there. So that's what I'm
Oh, okay.
assuming.
You're talking about what the board actually looks like.
Yeah,
Can we see that?
I'm assuming that that's exactly what the board is looking like now.
Mm-hmm.
So pawn push was played and pawn push. So I say, well, no, I don't want to open yet. So I push pass. The knight jumps in. No, the knight jumps in and it's attacking my queen. So no, again, the story. This knight says, hey, I'm attacking your queen. You don't do anything, your queen is off the board. And wow, this is interesting because now we're seeing where the queen takes the bishop. So if what I was saying before is that the white bishop is here, then you wouldn't have been able to take your own bishop.
Mm-hmm.
So we're seeing some dynamic things happening on the board here. Bishop now comes here, and again, remember we tried to capture this bishop before. Now my knight can capture it once more. So chances are I'm going to capture it. I played bishop there instead. Okay, and the knight captured this pawn, and instead of capturing the bishop, I used my queen to capture. So now I'm losing my queen. And I didn't capture it. Yeah, so something is happening with this bishop on the board where it's not being effectively used. And pawn pushes good. And this is the position we're looking at. So I'm assuming this is not the correct position. I'm just assuming that's not the correct position on the board.
Okay, is it the board? Can you refresh?
Um, then again, this is board 6. This is board 6. So
Mm-hmm.
um, no, well, that's the point where the game has been played. So I'm looking for movements on the
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
looking for movements on the other board. If I go back to board 2, if I go back to board 2, the last move played was knight back here by white. All right, so what's the plan? Again, let's do a material count. White is up 5 points. Well, but white rook is in danger, so why can't I just take back that? Why couldn't I just take back the rook? So I'm assuming again, I think we're getting a few glitches. We're
Mm-hmm.
not sure. Because like right here, instead of moving the bishop here, you'd assume that black would just take the rook. But it's showing that black moved this here.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to let me look back and see if there are any close up on any of the live boards we can see. All right, so this live board that we have here, we almost have a full view of it. Um, we could get a close up on it.
I'm trying to see if
I,
we can get a.
I will stop sharing that so we can get a close up on it. So it's probably better analyzed.
Yeah. Okay, we don't have the board. Hold on. There we go.
All right, there we go. All right, so once that comes into focus, then yeah, there we go. We can see the time on the clock. So I'm seeing two minor pieces. And again, as soon as I come to a board, one of the first thing you see me doing is just counting the material, see who has the material advantage, and then we start looking at other advantages such as space, time, king safety, um, all of these things. So, space. So obviously that rook is on an open file because I just saw that rook sliding all the way down. It could have been it was a pin. So the rook slide down and it pinned the bishop on the background, which points blocking. So we have three minor pieces on a rook.
Okay.
So it would be good to get, this is board 2. Oh, so this was the board that we were looking at actually. So the rook went down, it provoked something, your opponent brought the rook over and then he went back. So this part of chess is called the jab. So it's like a boxing term, like jab, bam, 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 And
Mm-hmm.
what black did just now was black say, hey, let's trade off these pieces. And black trade. So if you notice, white gameplay is about jabbing. It's not doing anything definitely. It's just like jabbing, like
Right.
like at little weaknesses,
Mm-hmm.
trying to get his opponent to make a mistake. His opponent is out maintaining the composure though. His opponent is definitely maintaining the composure. But one of the things we have to look at is the pawn structure. The pawn structure is that both players still have the bishop here, but the center of the board is completely locked with the pawns. So what that is doing is that it's saying that both players are going to have a bad bishop. But bishop, black square bishop is the worst of them all. So what
Mm-hmm.
white is aiming to do now is to try and find a square to enter from. Oh my word. So what black just did was to push the pawn, and he's allowing his opponent to enter. If
Okay.
white is able to get in, then it might be game. Games like this typically end in a draw, but it's a person who is able to maintain that composure. If you notice that black is up a lot of time, and what I've seen from these players that they go for the win no matter what.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what, they're constantly going for the win. He just pushed the F pawn. He just pushed G5, and he's like, yeah, do your best. Now, there's a special move that white is able to do here called en passant. And en passant is French for in passing. It's the last known change made to the game of chess. and it took
Okay.
place over 500 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, so you get
And
to
it's
look
called
at
en
the history why that is.
can you pronounce that again? It's called what?
En passant.
En passant.
And he
Okay.
did it. He en passant. He en passant the pawn. It's when you capture, when a pawn is able to capture by moving past the pawn. So it moved diagonally to capture the pawn, you
Okay.
know? And he did the en passant. The problem here is that when you did en passant, you freed some more space for black. So the black pieces are now getting in. You see that bishop that we talked about that was so bad? It's going
Mm-hmm.
to maneuver and it's going to come in and it's going to slowly come in. It's going to climb up. The knight is going to create a space for it. The knight is going to jump back around to e8 and then to g7. And then the bishop is going to come in on d8. The king is going to move to f7. And the bishop is going to come to e7. And that should be the plan, right? It's the
Okay.
person who is able to dance around. So this is the typical dance for the piece. But guess what? Can't dance around because white is making sure that your pieces don't get to move away,
Right.
right? But this is one of the fascinating thing I find about these guys playing is that they're constantly looking for the win. You have a lot of players who will just say, you know what, this is a draw. It's a draw. They see the win. They see their opponent plan, and they whatever it is they see, and they're going for it. This just put his king on that light square. That bishop could, if you drop your king over, that bishop is now looking to slide in with effect. So I see your plan. I see your plan. He wants to lower the king forward, and I think this is what we saw happening with it was what's her name, Georgia's game, where her
Okay.
opponent lured her into a danger square and then deliver. So what you want now is to drop the bishop back, drop the light square bishop back, so you can come in on the h5 square, so you can come in on the g5 square. He's trying to come in with the king, and you can lure your opponent into those false sense of being. Because when they try to now escape, you just drop your king over and then they have to go back.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So both players are kind of playing this as a cat and mouse thing where they're trying to lure each other into a false state. This
I
is interesting.
see.
I think he may have pawn push there. He could have sacrificed the pawn on f5 and then step the king to f6 with the check. I think black just missed an entry. Black could have entered just now with f5, and once the pawn captures, then you step your king to f6 and you're regaining back and you created the pass pawn and the e5 square.
Mm-hmm.
Games like this would typically be called a draw. Both persons would buckle down and just say, you know what, it's a draw. No need to risk it. But not these players. These players are fighting for the very end, you know?
They want the win.
And they have their ideas. You see, because they are not thinking draw. They're
Mhm.
thinking win. I'm going to do something. I'm going to get a win. This is how they are thinking. And when you go in with that mindset, you
Mhm.
create opportunities for yourself. You create victories. You know,
Right.
you
And
create.
so when you say you're not going to risk it, are you talking about risk losing or risk your rating? Because if you lose, how does that affect your ratings, your
Yeah, I
ranking?
mean, if you lose the game, once you lose a game, you're losing rating points. But I mean,
Okay.
it's hard. So both players are trying to invade, but neither can enter, and that's what you have happening here now. You know, both players
Hmm.
trying to enter, and they're finding it very difficult to enter. But like I said, Black missed an opportunity to enter earlier when the king was on the h5 square. He could have sacrificed the pawn and f5, and when the pawn takes, and if the pawn doesn't take, then you just push it past to f4 and you have a connected pass pawn right there. So when the pawn would have taken, you would have then played your king to f6 and capture back on f5, and your connected pass pawn would have been on the e5 square. So he missed that one opportunity. But
Hmm.
again, when you have the mindset that you're still trying to win, you will create other opportunities for yourself. And that's what both players are then now fighting for. They're fighting for those opportunities. They're really trying to aim. What happens is that black is not utilizing. Oh dear, see what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. You see what happening now is that the white king just entered on the f5 square. He's like, here comes Papa.
So
Right?
in other words, they catch them slipping. So you slip, and so someone takes advantage of it, and now you can
Yeah,
go for the win rather than the draw.
yeah. But the thing is that it seems as if he's entering, but he's not. It's still very difficult. You just have to maintain composure. Maintain your composure. Um, he's getting zugzwang because what happened, and yeah, he didn't want to check there because now the king gets to the g7 square, and yeah, this is now game. This is game over. This is game over. Bishop, the dark square bishop now should come back. Just come back to f2 and over to h4, and that's game. If that dark square bishop drops back to f2 and then to h4, it's game over. All right. Okay, it's a good move. He's preventing the knight from jumping to the e8 square. Very good. And more likely he's going to capture that knight, and that's a pawn. He wins the pawn. So if he plays just bishop takes now, because your king is in check. So bishop takes, and then your bishop back to f2, and then your bishop to h4, and you're winning. So white is now better in this position.
Mm-hmm.
White is now ahead. White just needs to see it. I'm still trying to see the material. All right, so wait a second. The material is not equal. So bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, and then bishop back to f2. Yeah, and then the bishop is coming to to h4. That's it. That's the money maker right there. That's the money maker right there. But now is the other thing. White is down on time. White has less than a minute. So yeah, he's going for it. He's going for it. Bishop there. King takes. He stepped away. No! King takes. Get the king in. Get the king in. I would have gone with king takes. This game is still very much a draw. I still can't see a win for either side. But again, these players create their own luck. They are creating their own chances. You
Mm-hmm.
know, White White would really love to try and gain an advantage, but it's really hard to break through here. The bishop come back and everything, but can't. Your
Right.
pieces are too tied up. Um, GMs at the top level carry the king back around, try to hold the weaknesses, try to activate the knight to attack a square. And again, guess what? You are the one with the weakness. So probably what you do here is you activate the king. Yes, bring the king in. And what you're going to do is that you're going to sacrifice. That's not the square. No, your opponent will be allowed to sacrifice knight. Play knight to a4. And you're going after the b pawn. When the king steps over, you step in. So that's what you want. You want it to target that b pawn. The b pawn is the target pawn. So you can go back down. You have to jab. Go back to d3. Back to e3. 18 the b6. And if your opponent protects on the c7 square, then your knight jumps in on the h4 square. Yeah, there you go. And he blundered. He set it up. He
Mm-hmm.
set up the blunder because now the king can't step to c7 to hold. So now he has to just see the knight back. He's not seeing it. He's not seeing that knight back move. There's that knight to h. If he moves the knight to a4, he hits the b pawn again, and there's no way for your opponent to protect it. So he doesn't. He's going after the bishop, but he needs to go after the pawn. So he allowed the king to run away. Run back your king around this side. Yeah, there's no touching it. Ah, yeah. I think they're going to agree to the draw. Well, no, you know what? Let me not say that because these players don't draw. The only time I'll call any of these games a draw is when there are basically just two kings left on the board.
And then it's a draw.
Then it's a draw.
Right.
But these players, they are going after
They're
each
playing
other.
to the bitter end.
They're going to the bitter end, you know. Some opportunities were missed by White though to go after for the win. He could have gone for the B pawn and create a pass pawn. But sometimes it takes you a little longer. So if you notice the king was able to get around, bring back your
Mhm.
king around this side. Just swallow your pride. No, not that. There's no entry there. And one other thing is that you're able to visualize and you ask yourself a question: which square can my king enter on? And if you can identify a square that your king can enter on, then you make moves towards getting to that square. But I see
Mhm.
the king going around on the A file, but there's absolutely no entry square around there. There's no square around there that I can literally enter the game or effect any kind of change from.
Mhm.
You know, and you have
Mhm.
to see how you can effect change. White is up a pawn now. Bear in mind, White has managed to win two pawns. But even winning the two pawns, the game is still very much in the balance of a drawn position if White doesn't come up with the right idea on how to break through, because his pawns are double. So the two extra pawns, the extra pawn that White has is a double pawn. So it's pretty much a pawn weakness. And this is a point where black is very content with just moving back and forth and wait on any mistakes by White. And sometimes you have to play your opponent that way. And if White gets too frisky and Black gets that bishop in on the background, you're in trouble. You know,
Mhm.
you're in trouble. So Black is playing the game where, all right, I'm holding. Just keep moving your king, keep moving your king, keep moving your king, move your king left and right. You just move the bishop there to prevent the bishop from coming to f8. So he was holding against f8 just now. He was holding against f8, but when he moved the bishop, he allowed f8, but the king will step to the c7 square. So neither player is seeing the entry square. Yeah, it's different now, very different now. You see,
Mhm.
that dark square bishop managed to improve. So it's no longer a bad bishop, and this is a draw. I'm very confident that this one will end in a draw. White is the one pressing for the win, burning time. His time is very low, so he has to be careful. He's down to 10, it's under 10 seconds. He has to be careful. He's under 10 seconds. He has to be careful. All Black has to do is create one little threat that forces him to think about something for a little longer than, or don't blunder.
Mhm.
Because so he did it. He did it. He did it. He did it. So what he did was the same thing he should have done a long time ago, which is to sacrifice one of the double pawn to go for his opponent B pawn. So he finally solved the idea. All right. So the
Okay.
idea was there from before when his bishop and pawn were attacking the square, which would have been a lot more effective. But
Mhm.
now we've seen the idea where he's now going for the pawn. The thing is, his opponent doesn't need to give up. Just defend your pawn. Don't take the free pawn. Just defend your pawn. Oh my gosh, he took the free pawn. All right. So in taking the free pawn,
You said don't. Anyway, go ahead. Go
wait a
ahead.
second. He took the pawn, but his opponent can't capture that because then once he attacks it, the bishop is trapped. The knight is going to be trapped. So the pawn was free. He did it at the wrong time
Hmm.
because his bishop can no longer hold the knight. So he wasn't able to take the pawn. And again, he lost by the pawn, but again, the game is drawn. The game is drawn. So I
Draw.
think, I think yeah, the game is drawn. They agreed to the draw.
You
So
said it would looks like a draw. That's the
yeah,
only
the
way.
same idea that he went for, when he eventually did it, it would have been a blunder if he had gone for it because he would have lost his knight. But he
Mhm.
had it in the position with his bishop supported. And it would have been a completely different position because he would have ended up with a pass pawn.
Okay.
So very interesting idea. But like I said, the fighting spirit of these players
Hello,
is
hello,
what makes.
Ryan. Are you getting me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, Thomas.
Yeah, just a bit of information. Check the clock. Just as you were saying, he was on the 10 seconds, and he has something to think about, and that's how the game ended. When he was thinking about whether or not to take that pawn, he ran out of time. So
Oh,
the
you run
game
out of
was lost
time.
on time.
Oh my God.
Yes. But you said it earlier that he just needed one thing to think about, and that was
Yeah, that
the
was it. That
pawn,
was the one thing
whether
to
or
just
not to take with the knot. Yes.
yeah. And he couldn't have taken back the pawn because if he took back the pawn, his knight would have been trapped. So he wasn't able
Not
to take back the pawn.
move the
So
knot, there was no time.
if yeah, so if he
Yeah.
what he got caught into is that if he played knight takes pawn check, the king would have stepped over to c7 and his knight would have been trapped. So that was the point that just caught him. So at that point you're like, shoots, did I blunder? And with that, it stopped him in his tracks and it stopped him to think. And you can't stop to think there because you have less than 10 seconds on your clock. All right, you just have to accept that you made a mistake, move your knight back, and the position remains equal. But it is what it is. But the fighting spirits, I mean, the fighting spirit of these players is like to the very end. They're putting on a show. For sure they're putting on a show. The fighting spirit. I can't wait for the teams to be going up against each
I
other.
know, I know, I know. That's
If this is just the
it's
qualifiers,
coming. It's coming.
if this is just the qualifiers, can you imagine when we get to the team knockout stage?
Exactly. So I'm excited. This really has been a just the perfect inaugural event to begin the journey.
Yeah.
And then ultimately that team coming to America and having the American team and the African team in a venue. Oh goodness, it's I'm excited. I don't even want to think that.
Are we going to be showing the movie Welcome to America? And
I know, I know, I know. It's funny because when I say about coming to America, I try not to say it like the movie, but it's like it's just coming to America. You can't help but to say.
As soon as when you said coming to America, I mean I remember that Eddie Murphy movie. Like,
oh Lord, that movie was too funny.
That was a classic.
It is. It is. Now I didn't like the part 2 as much as the part 1, but that part 1.
I don't think I watched part 2. Was it recent?
I didn't. I turned. It's like I generally don't go for the what do you call it
Sequel.
The sequel because generally it's not as good as the first one. So I try to just.
It's more of a piggyback. Some sequels are good, but I mean some sequels when the movie ended, and you trying to make a sequel to it. It's like you're just trying to cash in on something that has already done so well,
Right.
But yeah, I mean,
the first one, Coming to America, that was really, really good.
That was a classic.
It was hilarious. So we have what? Just one more.
One round to go.
One more round to go. Okay.
One round to go, and that's it.
9 rounds. So is 9 rounds the typical tournament?
Swiss is typically like a 6-round Swiss, 7-round Swiss. 9 rounds is normally technically what you use for norm events.
Okay.
So 9 rounds is championship material rounds. 9 rounds.
Well, we're talking championship, so hey,
that's championship material. So not everybody is able to do a 9-rounder. But
I know,
for slower time controls, we tend to have more rounds than in classical time control. So, for example, if it was blitz, you might even see an 11-round matchup. So with the less time control, the more rounds we typically have.
Oh, okay. That's the rules.
Yeah.
All right. So once we're done, I guess once it's done, then I guess we'll tally and see who the 3
it's
players.
already tallied, as a matter of fact. That's one of the good things about Swiss Manager.
Yeah, that it tallies for you. Yeah.
It tallies as we go along, so they just have to put in the results. I will refer to my page. and we'll get to see the pairings round round 9 and the current standing. I'm not sure. Let me double check to see if David won and board won in that last round game. Because if David won, he would be on 7 points, and then the closest person to him would be. Let's see. All right, so David won. So David won on that game, and Jacob won on his board, and Abigail won on. Wait. And where's board 3? And James won on his board.
Okay.
So yeah, I wanted to look at that. So let me just go again. So David won. Kennedy won.
You have the scoring. Can you share that page?
Oh, let me just go back here. Present.
Thank you.
Share. All right, so here, this was our board 1 was our top board, and David was leading the tournament by half a point, and he won his game. So he's now on 7 points, and then we have Kennedy, who was on 5.5, and Kennedy won his game, so he's now on 6.5. So it's still coming down to the final round that anybody can still win the tournament. All right, so I think at the very start we said it wasn't going to be a runaway, and this board 2 match was an important match for David as well, even though he's not playing on board 2, because Kennedy is the only person that can surpass him.
Okay.
So sometimes you have to do what it takes on your board and hope that everything else fall into place. And that's it. So Kennedy's doing what he needs to do on his board. He's keeping that distance between him and David right there, half a point. Okay. So Kennedy's on 6.5. David is now on 7, half a point. And every game you can gain a maximum of 1 point. So with 1 point, if he gained that 1 point and David doesn't, he passed David by half a point.
Okay, yeah.
All right. So he's maintaining that half point behind David. All right. We now have board 3. We have James and Joe, and I think James was on 5 points, so that now put James on 6 points, which should also now be half a point behind
Kennedy.
Behind Kennedy, and 1 point behind David. So all 3 of these players are still fighting for that first place, but only them. These are the only 3 players in contingents now for the first place prize. And that's James, Kennedy, and David. But David still leads the pack by half a point.
So that looks like that will make up the team.
The 3 of them. Well, the 3 of them will need to make sure that they are able to win. Oh, because it's first, second, and third.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's first, second, and third. So every point matters. Wow, that makes it even more interesting.
Even a half a point matters.
Half a point. Every half a point matters. And this is when you finish a tournament and you go and you beat up yourself because you're thinking, oh my gosh, that game I drew, I could have. And now it's one of the reasons why you see why these players are not taking any draws lightly. They're fighting for every point. And this is when even that last game that we watched, where you could have drawn the game, but because you pressed for that win, you gave up half a point instead of gaining half. You gave up a full point instead of gaining half a point.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of critical decisions we have to make. I think good chess players make good decision makers, because you have to make those critical decisions under pressure.
Mm-hmm.
You have to know how to make those critical decisions under pressure.
So I guess another saying in that is that you can win the battle but lose the war.
There you go. You're getting these sayings. I got
a few of them myself.
You can definitely win a battle and end up losing the war, So you have to prioritize on which is important, which is it that is the bigger picture, And sometimes we have to see the bigger picture. And one of the things I saw in the earlier, and I saw when I think it was, um, I think it wasn't David. Who was the FN? The feeder master is Jacob. And I thought to myself that Jacob was playing a Swiss gambit
Mm-hmm.
where he dropped an early point to then build up back from behind. All right. But then sometimes we play the Swiss gambit and we end up out gambiting ourselves where we just don't get back in time, you know?
Yeah. Yes, that happens.
Yeah. So looking forward to starting this last round.
Yes. And so we already have the jersey. I guess I need to send Thomas a uh, visual of the jersey. So we just need the names and the sizes, and then we'll get the jerseys and get some team pictures.
I hope I'll have my jersey fitted. Probably might have to
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Jerseys for everyone.
All right. So Thomas, we're back
Sounds
for
like
the final
something's
round.
happening in the background.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Thomas, we can hear you.
Yes.
Hello, can
So
you hear me?
yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, the parents are out for the. Yes, I am hearing you. The parents are out for the last round, and we're setting up the RDHS up on the different on the top balls, and we will be starting this time in a few minutes because everything is connected right now. So in few minutes, the players will be getting back on the ball, and then we give you live camera feed from the hall in Monrovia.
Sounds great. Looking forward. So we're rounding up the last round here.
All right. So I'm going to talk you through this portion of it now, Inez. So as you can see, David is David is half a point ahead. So David is guaranteed to make the top three.
Okay.
All right. So David is guaranteed to make the top three. His opponent, Daniel, win, lose, or draw, is not able to make that top three. So Daniel is just playing for pride right now. On board two, we have Kennedy, who is guaranteed to make that top three.
Okay.
His opponent, however, could make that top three and tiebreak. And then on the board three, we have James only need half a point to make that top three.
Okay.
All right. So it comes down to very interesting dynamics in terms of when you're thinking about winning the tournament versus making that top three. So
Mhm.
in other words, we have two players who are already guaranteed to be in the top three, which is David and Kennedy. Guaranteed.
Okay.
Regardless of whether or not they lose, draw, or win the game, they're guaranteed to be in the top three.
Okay.
The player who is most at risk right now is James. But if James draw his last game, even a draw, half a point, he's guaranteed to make it in the top three.
Okay.
So it's a different mindset going into a final round where you feel like you have to play for a win and you risk everything for a win, or do you go in and you settle for a draw? Let's say for instance, his opponent Gargia can't make it. So you're playing against an opponent who basically have no chance of making it into the top three. Could we use that side?
Mhm.
Yeah. So so these dynamics in a final round makes a lot of difference because then you realize the game plan and even the style of play will change drastically because of what you're now trying to accomplish.
So does so Jacob
Yeah, wow.
right now sits at 5 points. So
Around
if
So,
so, is it
all right.
possible
So,
for him?
in order for Jacob or Wallace, who are playing each other, to make it, they can only tie for third place.
Okay.
I know
And I'll share
It's not a
something
fact.
else
It's not a
with you.
fact. It happens.
They can only
you
tie
have to
for
come
third
ready
place.
to
So
the
if
talk.
you
You
look
want
at
me? Second, nice. You
the
doing?
the rankings,
Mm-hmm.
it shows that James has a lower tiebreak than Jacob. So if Jacob wins and Jake loses, then Jacob is going to have a higher tiebreak than James. So James just simply needs to secure that half point. If he secures that half point, he's through no matter what.
Okay.
And once he secures that half point, it doesn't matter what's happening on board one and board two. Those are our top three: David, Kennedy, and James.
Okay.
So the most intense game is going to be game board number three. That's going to be where the intensity lies. And who is he playing? He's playing against Georgia, who has nothing to lose our games.
Oh,
So these are some very interesting dynamics when it comes down
that's
to
going to be an
final round.
interesting game right there.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I think we have all seen what Georgia is capable of, and that she's a
Yes.
no nonsense, no draw kind of person. She plays every game for the win.
Right. Right.
All right.
That
So
that should be a good match right there.
so it's very
Okay.
interesting. Very, very interesting.
Hmm. Okay. Well, it's down to the wire.
All right.
Looks like they're getting ready. Okay. Well, this has been great. So, did I hear you say? I don't know if we clarified that. Did I hear you say March 1? You're busy. So, you're not going to be here for Sierra Leone.
Oh no, what I said is that I need to start looking at the time schedule from early, so I can
Oh,
see
okay, good.
what's the difference in time, you know?
Okay. Okay. I'll have that for you.
All right, so round 9's up next. That's our final round.
There we got it. Should I put it on there? There you go. I'm sorry, trying to pay attention to my text. You know, you got people texting you at the same time.
Can imagine. I know you're a very busy woman, you know?
Yeah. Oh. Okay. So I guess once we get a picture of the venue, we'll be ready to go. And this is what? How long? This has been 4 hours, 5 hours? Oh my gosh. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Like if this was all yesterday, oh gosh. I think we would have been doing
Yesterday after the 7.5 hours, we had to do 5.5 hours more.
Yeah. Well, I learned a lot. I can honestly say I learned a lot. A lot more things make sense. I have more data to work with in building the brand, building the product, understanding the industry, all of which are important, you know. So yes, a lot more to work with. So I expect with each qualifier that we're adding what we've learned. So by the time the season, the matches start, I believe they start in April, which is basically right around the corner. So Mm-hmm. And we want to thank ID Chess for providing their platform for us to not only be able to have the opportunity to have the over the board matches, but then to then provide the digital platform.
Yeah.
To push out on our all of the socials, as they call them. There's so many socials. It's like they used to have individual names. Now it's just like
the different different sites for chess.
yeah, not just chess. Well, yeah. Oh, I mean the sites for chess that's growing too. But I'm just saying social media. Period. Whether you're, right now, I believe we have the games out on Facebook with Thomas's account and the Liberia Chess Federation. But I mean like Facebook, TikTok, if you still have it on your phone. If you unfortunately took it off your phone, you can't upload it, right?
Okay.
And just the whole vast number of social media platforms. Again, talking about attention being the commodity that you have to guard your attention, because now that's what people want. They don't care how they get your attention. So that's where you get all of these misleading titles, because all folks want is for you to click on it, because the click equals dollars. So you don't even have to stay on it. Just as long as you click it, it opens, that's dollars. So your attention is up for grabs. So be careful, guard your attention, guard what you give your attention to.
There you go.
Yeah. Like I said, make good choices. Make good choices.
Make good choices, you'll make good moves. You make good moves, you get good results.
That's right. That's right. That's what it comes down to.
So you probably see some, especially down on the lower boards now, you see players that are far more relaxed.
That went a little sooner than I thought. Anyway, go ahead.
Going into the final round, you will see players that are a lot more relaxed going into the final, especially on the boards like board 4 going down, like board 4, board 5 going down.
Mm-hmm.
Players a lot more relaxed. They're just wrapping it up. There's nothing to play at this moment, but you will see the intensity at the top still.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you that board 3 match is going to probably be the most intense match for this round.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's relaxed. Once you already know your fate, like if you know your fate, and if your fate is that this is not going to change, then, like in anything, you're kind of more relaxed. But when it's still on the line, and when it still matters, and when your actions will decide your fate, then the pressure is still there.
Yeah.
The pressure is definitely still there. So while they're getting ready, I'm going to give ID Chess a word from ID Chess.
Chess is a game accessible to anyone, even for those who still can't read and write. But for effective learning, it is important to record and analyze every game played. We are introducing ID Chess, a platform for recognizing games on a real chessboard using artificial intelligence algorithms. ID Chess records the player's moves and saves them in chess notation. You can watch and analyze the games immediately after they have ended. To record games with ID Chess, you only need a mobile phone and a special holder, which is included in the kit. Set up your holder on the table where the chessboard is. Run the application. Attach the phone to the holder according to the user guide. click the Start Game button. After completing the game, click the Save button. The recording will immediately be available for analysis in ID Chess. With ID Chess, you can share your games with your coach, friends, or family. You can also share your live games wherever you are. Just take ID Chess with you. Now, tournaments can be broadcast for the large audience, and fans can watch the game directly on any device. The application helps both children and adults, beginners as well as professional players, achieve your goals in playing chess. ID Chess digitizes and saves your game. And what you have to do is to concentrate on the most important thing, the right moves. Win with ID Chess.
Go one and go two, and I'm saying, I do not go. I go two, it's not going to go by yourself. Go for that one, that's it. That will go. Yeah.
Chess is a game to anyone, even for those who still can't read and write. But for effective learning, it is important to record and analyze every game played. We are introducing ID Chess, a platform for recognizing games on a real chessboard using artificial intelligence algorithms. ID Chess records the player's moves and saves them in chess notation. You can watch and analyze the games immediately after they have ended. To record games with ID Chess, you only need a mobile phone and a special holder, which is included in the kit. Set up your holder on the table where the chessboard is. Run the application. Attach the phone to the holder according to the user guide. Click the Start Game button. After completing the game, click the Save button. The recording will immediately be available for analysis in ID Chess. With ID Chess, you can share your games with your coach, friends, or family. You can also share your live games wherever you are. Just take ID Chess with you. Now, tournaments can be broadcast for the large audience, and fans can watch the game directly on any device. The application helps both children and adults, beginners as well as professional players, achieve your goals in playing chess. ID Chess digitizes and saves your game. And what you have to do is to concentrate on the most important thing, the right moves. Win with ID Chess.
getting hot, so we can get started. Ladies and gentlemen, please come in the hall. We are about to get started. For 6 is okay, 10 decision Joe wow. David Leroy Jeffrey, Daniel Colomeni, Botu Kennedy Zinakenko, Moyo John Way, Bo3 Georgina Saki, James Tono, Bo4 FM Jacob Jara, Wale O. Williams, Bo5 Joe M. Wao, CM John Jara, Bo6 Nara Nesha J. Brilliance Kawi. Please take your respectful seat and make sure the clock is pressed on black side. Make sure the clock is reading 15.05 and make sure the pieces are in their right position. If all of that is in place,
Okay, so it looks like
I mean, you want to cast the word, I want supposed to be, don't change your piece. It's not on, you gotta check it on that view.
okay, so it looks like we've just finished setting up for the final round 9. Everyone is matched up.
We may be getting some live feed because we're not seeing the games just yet on ID Chess. So we may. Oops! Oh my gosh!
So you're not seeing them in ID Chess yet?
Not seeing it quite on ID Chess.
Okay.
We'll have to log back in anyways. Yeah, so not quite seeing the games on ID Chess, but yeah,
Okay.
but let's see what we have here. This is board 1. Like I said, the game that is going to be the most intense is going on board 3, but we have a game here on our end. These are the tournament leaders. We have David versus what? Based off the pairings that we had for board 1, I'm trying to remember if it's David versus Daniel. So Daniel's a candidate master who's using the black pieces, and David is black twist. And like I said, David has absolutely nothing to lose here. Well, just the title. If he doesn't win this game, and it's Kennedy. If Kennedy wins on board 2, then Kennedy would be the overall winner.
Okay.
So David is just making sure that he already knows he's in. It's just how far in he wants to be. So do I just make the team or do I win?
Am I the top seed, the top guy?
Girl. Do I want to be the board one? Depending on how it is. But yeah, and I can tell that with all chess players want to know that. I mean, even if it doesn't matter, they still want to win. Yeah, some players will tend to just say, you know what, no fight. Do you want a draw? And they will say, hey, I'll take an early draw, and so forth. This is board 2. This is Kennedy game. Kennedy game is where he has 6.5 points, so he's the closest person to David. Just gave away a piece. Yeah, I just saw where played f4, and he left the piece on the e5 square.
Okay, so they've started. Can you share your board?
If I can.
Can you share your? Are we
Oh,
already on ID chess?
I'm observing from the live board. So the game in quest, the game we're talking about is the game that is being displayed now on the live board. The video.
Oh, okay. Is this a current game going on now?
These are current games going on now. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's I'm not picking it up on ID chess, so I just wanted to discuss the games that are in the
Oh,
camera set.
oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Continue.
So we're having there's a clear advantage here so far for white. White already picked up a piece on the e5 square very early out.
Okay.
So white is now in the driver's seat. And white is, see, I'm not really familiar with the player's face, but let's check out the board number. So I think that is Kennedy though. Just want to make sure that I have all the information here. Yeah, so that's Kennedy with white, and Kennedy's up material on that board, and we just got a flip back to board one. Two, three. Yeah, so we still have Kennedy up a piece here. So on board two, Kennedy's in the driver's seat. Like I said, the game that is going to be of a lot of interest is that board three game, where that's the only person who basically has a chance of not making it in. He's currently in the top three, and we're talking
Mm-hmm.
about James right now. James is currently in the top three. He's currently sitting comfortably in third place, but he has quite a few persons who can surpass him or
Okay.
actually tie his score. So Kennedy seems like he's going to win his game, so he should be fine. So the match that is going to be of great interest is going to be the board four match between Jacob and Wallace, because Jacob and Wallace can both also get 6 points. And based off the tiebreak system, I think Jacob has the highest tiebreak at the moment. So it's Wallace, it's James who is going to want to at least secure half a point from that game. Um,
Okay.
Flashback. This is back onto board one between David and Daniel, and David using the white pieces. Daniel seems pretty relaxed in this position. I'm trying to grasp the material cone quickly on the board. It's not as easy as if it's on a 2D board where you can easily just count the material.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so I'm seeing a queen there, king there. Not quite seeing the board as clear. There's kind of a little bit of movement. But looking at king safety, all right, king seems to be to save. Or is there a pawn there in front of that black king over there? Those pawns are pretty far advanced. So it seems as if black is going for an attack. One of the problems with going for those types of attack is that you also weaken the position of your king.
Okay.
So when the big bad wolf come and huff and puff, there's not much to blow down. It's just your king that, right? So um, black has to be very mindful. I mean, black has nothing to lose. Black is just playing for pride right now, you know? And
Okay.
black is like, hey, if I have nothing to lose, I'm going after you, man. I'm coming at you.
It's
Um,
going to make you work for it.
it's going to make you work for it. But like I say, in creating those weaknesses in the pawn structure, you allow for your opponent to counterattack. And that's the best defense in chess is a good offense.
Mm-hmm.
And the offense is when your opponent create those weaknesses, how well am I able to jump in between and get inside those weak points and then to deliver a knockout punch. This
Mm-hmm.
is this the board three game? No, this is not the board three game. The board three game is with Georgina is on board three. So this might be
Right.
the board four game. that board four game with James and Wallace, I think, is a very important game because the winner goes to 6 points. If they win that game, they go to six, where they will now be tying for the third place spot. So, like I said, that board four game and board three game are going to be very crucial.
Mm-hmm. If we can get a camera on board, you said that's board three with
What board is
James
this?
and James and Georgina. If we're able to get a camera on that, that'd be great. Until we're able to access the boards. ID chess.
This is typically something you see most chess players do. They will make a move, they put themselves in draw seat, and they look left, they look right, and that's normally the sign to show I'm in charge right here. You know, you have your opponent scratching their head, they doing all kind of things. And you say, yeah, that's when you start turning those screws. You know, you start turning the screws on your opponent, and you're like, take that,
just
stop that. You know. You're making these moves and you're saying what you do now. What
right.
you do. And that's some of the satisfaction we get as being a chess player. You know, you want to make this move and you say, guess what? How do you solve this?
Okay.
What do you do now? You know?
Okay, so I think, can you check ID chess to see if we're now on? I think we're on.
Our games are on. All right, let me double check. Now I'm still seeing results from the last game, from the last round. So when I go on, I'm still seeing the results, and I'm refreshing. I'm still seeing all results from the. It shows round 9, but it's showing all results.
Okay, so no, I have round 10. Let me share mine and see if this is different.
Oh, you have a round 10 there. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, so we're live now. Hold on. Let me just share this.
Okay. Yeah, because mine I see round 10, and this looks.
So the board 3 that we're talking about is this one. That's the Georgina game. So this game is going to be a very crucial one because if Georgina wins this game, James is in the elimination seat.
No.
So James needs to pull through even half a point from this game. At the moment, he's up a point. So he's up +1 at the moment. He's up 1 pawn. But that pawn is a double pawn. So it's not as clear cut. Not as clear cut. He also has time. I've realized that in Georgina game, she has always been down on time at some point. So the management of time has not been the easiest for her to deal with. So she's down. She normally falls behind a little on time. But in all essence, the game is still pretty much equal to this point. Your opponent is up a pawn. It's a double pawn. But also, good to give credit to black, it's also a pass pawn. And a pass pawn is a pawn that cannot be stopped by any other pawn. So if you notice, if there were no other pieces on the board and this pawn started to run, there's nothing that could stop it from getting to the other side of the board. And that's what makes the pass pawn so dangerous.
Okay.
All right.
So the pass pawn is really the position of that particular pawn for it not to be stopped.
Exactly. So that pawn that is able to just keep marching down the board, just keep running, is the typical sense of what a pass pawn is. So if you're supposed to visualize everything else off the board, like everything was traded off, this pawn becomes a significant asset because it can just end up getting a queen. So pass pawns are considered as an asset.
Okay.
If I go back to David board now, so this is David board, and why is David time so late? Oh wait, oh my bad. I saw David down to 3 minutes. I was wondering. So the time seems to be fluctuating. Oh, we're seeing something here. This is looking like both players are just. Oh no, no, it's not. Daniel is going. Daniel is attacking. We're seeing something here. Something is happening on this board. I'll come back to it. But it keeps going back and forth to the same position.
Mm.
Um, Kennedy board. This is the board two. And here we're seeing where Kennedy is up +5. Yeah. So earlier when we're looking at the game and I said that Kennedy won a piece, he played the F4 pawn, and this is what
Mm-hmm.
I could see from the position right here, bishop back, c3, right there, and he played f4. And when he played f4, his opponent played bishop back rather than moving the knight,
Mm-hmm.
and he just dropped a piece. So yeah, he played bishop back to c8, and he just lost the knight. So that was how Kennedy gained that extra piece in the start, and he just slowly but surely just converted that small advantage. Right, very small advantage. Got another pawn, got another pawn, and another one. And if you notice, all these pawns over this side of the board,
Right.
these are all pass pawns. Now, with the pass pawns, you just simply just push them down the board. Just push them down the board, get another queen, and that's game over. And if you see, trading off pieces, so the pawns are pushing. And here, I could even sacrifice my queen at this point. Don't need to, but I could. Move the queen out of the way. Bishop back. Yep. Knight here. Yep. Getting rid of the knight. And the idea of getting rid of the knight here is that you want to play your bishop on the d5 square.
Mm-hmm.
White really wants to play this bishop here and to d5. And the idea is that he's going to get to attack the queen, so this pass pawn can be promoted.
Okay.
So he doesn't have to take the knight here. What he can simply do is just push the pawn to kick the knight.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Or he can take the knight, move the queen back, but the bishop is coming here. And the main objective is that I am going to promote my pawn. He took, pawn takes, he dropped the queen back. I don't know if I want to drop my queen back into a pin, but he dropped the queen back. I could drop it back here. That was completely fine. He dropped the queen back, and again, the idea is really to just put the bishop here and promote. So, bishop back, bishop takes, queen takes, and the queen will probably take this space. I'm not sure why we pushed this pawn, but I mean, my queen could have taken there and attacked the pawn. Again, I just need to promote that pawn. The rook will behind. That's another way to promote it. Just put the rook behind it so it promote it. The problem with this is that this rook also protects the square, so we can't promote it immediately.
Okay.
Pawn come up, or knight jumps in. That's interesting. Why did we sacrifice the knight for a bad bishop? We didn't need to sacrifice this. And this is when we sometimes get a little bit too anxious.
With the piece.
Too aggressive, anxious.
Yeah. So
with the piece, who won?
Same thing. We could have just played the queen in, try to trade the queen, or just to promote the pawn. Here with the tactics of knight takes, bishop takes, queen check, the king can just simply come up and it's holding the bishop.
Okay.
And I assume that was what was played. Bishop takes, queen check. Oh, he didn't play the king up. And you could have simply just played your king up and protect your bishop. Instead, you move your king back, and the queen is now going to take off the bishop. Yeah.
Mm.
Queen takes, and again, we're just going to simply take off the other pawns. And why we promote? We don't need to promote because that's just giving it away. Again, there is no point in giving away the pawn for free. Because when you promote, the rook is going to take, and when your rook take, your opponent just take off your rook. So you technically just gave away the pawn. Rook takes, queen takes. And yeah, this pawn here, the pawn that we had there, was far more valuable than the pawn here. So we didn't need to trade it off.
Mhm.
Do we have mate here? Bishop back check, king there. Well, our opponent seems to be trying to step into mate. So this loses the queen. If we go queen here, check, queen to f3 check, my opponent can't step here because this is going to be checkmate. So they have to step to the e8 square, and then I get to play queen here, and that wins the queen. That's called a skewer. I'm going to check here, and then I'm going to take off your queen off the board. All right, so that's
Okay.
called a skewer. Let's
Okay.
see what was played. He played queen to g4. Interesting. Queen check and queen here was just simple as Q, and you win the queen off the board. King to e7, and the game is still in progress. So there are times when you have a clear win advantage, and you just take it. Especially with enough time on your clock, you just go for that clear cut advantage. Check, skewer, you take it out.
So why would one delay the win?
And again, sometimes that it's nerves. It's just nerves.
They're like
I don't
afraid
think
to
somebody
win.
delays the win
Mhm.
deliberately. But here it said that black resigned, so white actually won the game. Um, I think white has a game like this. I don't resign. I still play queen takes, and I'm looking for some way to get these off. And with the queen on the board, there are ways in which you will find those with the stalemate ideals. All right, nobody ever won a game from resigning. All right,
True.
if I go back to games. All right, so we're having some results. So we have David. David won on board one. Kennedy won on board two. So we're going back to the critical game I talk about, which is board three. This is the Georgina and James game. And it would seem as if James is now the one down on time, but both clocks have stopped. So something is happening on the board. Material count is equal. Kings are both in an ideal safe position. So it's a matter of what is happening with the minor pieces and the pawn structures. So would love to see what is happening live on the board. So now we're seeing a movement on the board, and it would seem as if, okay, so it's white to move. White queen is under attack. Um, I'm happy to see that Georgia is now managing her time. She's up time. She's almost doubling time to James. And
Hmm.
remember, this is the critical match because James is in a need to draw game.
Okay, so I think we have her. So that is their game. There we go.
Yeah.
We
And
have one.
James is the one who needs to draw this game.
Oh, this is so exciting.
All right. And Georgina is
Let me
under
see if
attack.
I can get her closer up. Nope, that's me.
Georgina Queen is under attack. She can make a move that's simple, just save the queen and probably keep her eye on the rook so that she can gain some kind of tactic. So probably queen to b3. Um, queen to b3 seemed like a nice move to play. The rook wouldn't be able to play to a4 since you'll still be able to take it off. Instead, she played queen to b2. I guess she's still trying to keep her eye on the pawn, and yeah, but that's the problem. When she keeps the eye on the pawn, she's opening up her bishop. This bishop here is opening up to her queen. That same thing I talk about, keeping lesser value pieces and greater value pieces. Yeah. So she's been opening up her queen and that diagonal there. So that might
Hmm.
prove to be problematic for her with if in case some tactics come about on the board. But she's the one seems to be going after some tactics because she just captured this. And I guess no opponent would probably have to make a move such as bishop takes knight to gain back the piece. Or wait a second, they may have to play rook takes rook first. They may have to play rook takes rook. Yeah, so rook takes rook may have to be played first, and after rook takes, whether or not rook takes or queen takes, then you play bishop takes knight, and after queen takes or bishop takes knight, then you take back your bishop, and that would equal back the material on the board. But again, James with the black pieces only needs to secure a draw.
Hmm.
He's down. He's going down on time pressure. There are quite a bit to be calculated in the position, but he has to just look for the simplest way forward. Sometimes it doesn't have to be the best way forward, but the simplest way forward that keeps the material on the board, keeps the material equal. If he goes down a piece and down on time, it's going to be hard for him to fight back. And
Mm-hmm.
the more he goes down and say, oh my word, he did the wrong thing. He captured. The rook is now going to be hanging. So after the exchanges, he's going to lose the rook and the h8 square. Georgina is winning. Georgina is going to win this one. Georgina is going to play bishop takes queen. And after bishop takes queen, no, James is going to play bishop takes queen. And after bishop takes queen, Georgina is going to take off his free rook. Yep. I don't see Georgina losing this one. So this one is pretty much over. James went to the wrong sequence of capture, and in doing so, he's going to end up losing the rook and the a8 square. Because he has to take back the queen, and when he takes back the queen, he's just going to lose the rook and a8. Yeah, he took the queen. Now Georgina is going to take the rook and the a8 square, and she's just up. She's just up 5 points. That's it. That's more than enough than she needs to win. What did she do? She didn't take the rook. She didn't take the rook. But if she doesn't take the rook, then James now win with rook takes. Oh my word, what's happening here? What's happening here? But James played king back, not rook takes. Well, Georgina still can take the rook. And that's again one of the things that sometimes analyzing these games, you realize that is the position I'm seeing is the position on the board.
Right.
Are we seeing the same position? Because this rook and the a8 square has just been sitting there. That's just a free rook.
Yeah, I'm seeing both.
She plays bishop takes, and I assume pawn takes, but I'm not sure if this rook is really there. It's an imaginary rook.
Well, let's see on the board. It's there on the board, but
well, based off the board is showing the based on the piece that was just captured, it's showing +3. So it's showing that the position is correct. But why haven't this rook been captured?
But I don't see on the actual physical board. I don't see the rooks there in the corners.
You don't see the rooks there in the corner. Let me see if I can see the board.
You see on the picture? I don't see the rooks.
I think we should get a close up. I should stop sharing and see if we can just analyze that game from the actual live footage of what's happening.
Let's see if we can get that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That rook that we're seeing on the ID chess is not there. So yeah. So let me.
There we go.
There we go. So Georgina is up a piece. Georgina is up a piece. All right. So now she just needs to remaneuver that knight to a better square. And this is one I think what we talked about is no, Georgina, your knight cannot go to that square. The knight is now trapped. Rook to c7, the knight is trapped. The worst square on the board for your knight is any of those corner squares. So the knight is known as the octopus of the chessboard. From any central square, the knight can move to a maximum of 8 squares. From a side of the board, the knight can move to a maximum of 4 squares. In the corner of the board, the knight can only move to 2 squares. And that rook just trapped the knight. The extra piece that Georgina was up, she just gave it away. Well, it's still on the board, but it's in prison. What Georgina has to do now is to activate her king to get the pawn structure, move that king so she can send her rook in to rescue that knight. All right, but she has to keep her composure in order to do that. And in order for her to do that, she has to start with c5. She has to make that break for the king. The black king is too active. All right, So that's a good move. What she's doing is that she's passing the move back to her opponent. By moving the rook back, she say, hey, it's your turn. Do something. And this is where your opponent will tend to blunder. He pushed the pawn. He just gave away a free pawn. And that may be the move that she need to make that breakthrough. That might be the only move she needs. She can now break it through. Yep. Yep. Pawn takes. Or she can create her pass pawn. She's creating the pass pawn. She's going after creating the pass pawn. Very good. Her king will now be active. So the rook can't do both things. The rook can't keep the knight trap while stopping this pawn from promoting. So this is her mechanism of saving the knight. She's creating additional threats on the board to get the rook attention diverted so that the knight can escape. All right. He touched the pawn, so you see to take her push. So she's going to take, and now she has a pass pawn on the board. The problem with her pass pawn is this. Remember, James here only needs a draw. He only needs a draw. Your opponent is up a knight. If you trade off those pawns, James simply needs to take that pawn. If he push and creates the pass pawn, then the king is free to run around. So he pushed, he created the pass pawn. Here comes the knight. The knight is coming back into the game. The knight is now going to find the correct way. And if the knight comes to the C5 to C4 square, knight is going to C4, check. The king has to run away and she's going to play knight takes pawn. Bam. She got it. Knight takes pawn, and that's it. That's it. That's all she wrote. Georgina's win again. The king is going to step up, and then she's going to play knight back around to the D4 square. Oh, she stepped back. She stepped back. She doesn't want that pawn to start running. She stepped back. That's fine. Her knight is coming back around to the D4 square. Check, and then she's going to move her king forward. What James is going to do is, if he steps back the king in, it doesn't matter. Her knight is still coming back to the D4 square, and then she's going to be pushing the pawn. James is trying to come around. No worries. Her knight is coming around to prevent that king from ever entering. So now she gets an even better square for her knight. All right. Her knight is now going to C5 instead. No, she went knight to D4 instead. So C5 prevents any entry square for the king. And it also puts a more outpost point for the pawn to push. But now her plan is very simple. She's just going to be pushing that pass pawn. She's pushing that pass pawn. He's in check. He made an illegal move. So when the knight came back to the D4 square, not only did she move the knight from out of the pawn way, she also placed the king in check. He did not recognize the check. He moved the rook, and now she's gaining an extra minute on the clock, and he has to move the king. So now in this case, he would not be forced to move the king. So she's pushing her pawn forward. She's going for the queen. There's absolutely no draws over there. There's no checks. She can step over. There's no draw. No draw in this position. Well, he's going to check her again, and she's eventually going to have to move to the correct square. He's looking for the draw. What he should do is step the king in. Is there a draw here? There's no draw here. You can't step the king in. The knight covers the square. So she just has to step her king over. But we have seen where Georgina has panicked in these endgames before. We have seen it. Oh, you just push the pawn, forking the king and rook. These games are never without. I tell you. So he's going to take the rook, promote to a pawn check, but no, the problem is her pawn is about to promote, and there's nothing he can do. All she has to do is step up. He's going to check again. She just needs to make sure that she stays covered. Be careful. No! He's good. Oh, yeah, yes. Even if he plays the rook back, she can promote because she can drop the knight to cover the check. He's going now for the skewer to try and check her king to pick off the queen, but she has the saving grace move of playing knight to P2, but he didn't go for it. It's funny to watch when these players they rub this last move in. The stalemate is there. Is the stalemate there? This is where you know get very tricky, get very creative. Can James play for the stalemate? James needs half a point. He needs half a point. Can he set up a stalemate? Nope. This is mating 2. Mating 2 is on the board. Check. James has created a stalemate ideal. Check. So Georgina is now worried. She doesn't want to stalemate this game. She doesn't want to stalemate this game. Can the king move? That's the idea. Can the king move? Move your rook. He's still trying to set up a stalemate ideal. Oh, yes, he's saying. All right, so the king goes back to g1. And that's now a stalemate position. He has one move. Move and put back the pressure on your opponent. He has one move. It's not checkmate. What happened there?
Well, he lost on time.
Oh, he lost on time. Well,
He didn't want to go. He didn't want to go to G1 because there was checkmate coming
checkmate on h1.
on H1. So he
Yes.
thinking, and then he lost on time.
Yeah. Well, James was setting up a few mating. Oh, wow. So Georgina, with nothing to gain from the last round, created a massive upset. Board 3. Is this a final game going on? Can we get a closer visual on this game? Is this the board 4 game? No, this is board 6. Okay. And wow. But like I said, that game, Inez, was the game to watch, you know?
That was another good one. A lot of great games.
So we see White here trying to set up the checkmate ideal. Check, and now you get to move your knight. Very good, very good. Very meticulous from White in this position, playing it correctly. Now White has a mating idea of moving the knight back. If you move the knight back to f4, then you can jump in to g6 check, and then you can checkmate and g7 square. So that's a very good mating pattern for White here. White just needs to find it. So just knight back to f4, knight to g6 check. The king has to go to g8, and then rook mate and g7. Does he see it? Very good little mating ideal.
Mm-hmm.
And these are pattern recognition. As the players get strong and as they start seeing these mating patterns very quickly. Because, I mean, Black's intention is to try and get that pawn moving, put his rook behind the pawn. And so he went the other way. He went the wrong way. So what the square that he really wants to end up on is the g6 square. That's the moneymaker square. But by going that way, what he's doing is going after the pawn, subconsciously just going after the pawn. He wants to get rid of the pawn. But you have to see the bigger picture in chess from time to time, where the bigger picture is that my opponent is trying to promote. Can I get their king before they promote? It was kind of like what Georgina did in her last game. Even though she ended up losing the rook, she managed to get that pawn promoted.
Okay.
So in this case, White should have really gone with the idea of f4, g6, and rook to g7 mate. He's going after the pawn with all right, so his opponent put him in check. No, he moved, he's in check. That's an illegal move. That's an illegal move. They're going to stop the clock. And this is a part of chess where you're too caught up in your own ideas. It's like it doesn't matter what your opponent moves. You know? It doesn't matter what your opponent moves, because I want to do this. This is what I want to do. So your opponent makes a move. It doesn't matter. You're like, you're
So
still
you were already set to make this move.
chess is a conversation. It's something that you're having with your opponent. I move, you move. What is your move doing? What is my move doing? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we ignore our opponent's moves or our opponent's plan and we don't see the bigger picture. We have to maintain that conversation. And it's
Right.
kind of like what you see happening a lot of time with adults. One person talking, but the other person not really listening. And I'm just trying to get my point across. You know,
Right.
I don't really care what you want to say. I'm getting my point across.
Right.
We have to have that conversation, you know,
The
where my
exchange.
moves
Yes.
matter, your move matter, my points
Mm-hmm.
matter, your points matter, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and that's
Mm-hmm.
how we're able to get from one point to the next. White is also threatening a really good idea of knight check and knight check. Once he plays knight check and d7, the king is forced to g8, then f7 check, and then he promotes checkmate. Yeah, so he has a good idea also of giving checkmate. So black has to figure this out. But he's so eager to make his move. So yeah, he didn't stop it. So he didn't stop his conversation. All right. He didn't make any moves to try and stop it. It was very difficult for him to stop, but I mean, you have to at least say, why don't I try and put my rook on the background to prevent that idea? Because that's what
Mm-hmm.
my opponent is going to be threatening the entire time, you know? He's threatening to promote the pawn. So he resigned.
No.
All right. So, yep. Was that the last game, Thomas?
And who was which match? Who were they playing?
This was board six. So this was a match that really had no little confidence. This was between Nador and Brilliance.
So that was the last one. Oh my gosh! The finish.
Seems like it was the last one. So that was between Nador and Brilliance. And if
Oh,
I am
okay.
not mistaken, White just won. So Nador won that game, which was the much lower rated player. He was 14-7. Brilliance was 17-9. So that was a very interesting matchup.
Oh, that was good. Very interesting game. Players, really good players. Hopefully, your analytics have given them additional thought and ideas to improve their game. Looks like it has. I know you said you saw more moves, different
Yeah, yeah.
variety of moves. So yeah.
And typically in every event, once players get a chance to reflect and go over their move and make corrections from their mistakes, I say games, you don't lose in chess. There are three results. You can either win or you learn. And what it shows that these players learn from those mistakes, they learn from those losses, and it makes them better players.
Sorry, trying to get the right camera angle here. We'll go with this. Yeah. So I guess we know who the top
Gentlemen, we just
are,
waited
and
for the
we'll
final list.
look to see what the
And you
presentation
go up,
is.
you
Thomas? Okay, I didn't hear if he was online with us or we were just hearing his voice. Um, yeah, so I guess they will get ready to do the presentation. So what do we have? The top three are
Oh yes, that was interesting. I didn't let me see that because remember James lost to James lost his last round game to
to Georgina.
Georgina
Mm-hmm.
and Jacob won. So I think Jacob makes it into the top three.
Oh,
It's going to be a tie between Jacob and James, but based off the tie break, Jacob is in. Jacob is ahead on that tie break. As a matter of fact, Jacob is ahead on all three tie breaks.
mm.
So that was a critical match between James and
we are
Georgino.
not
James
afraid
needed
of
to
the moment.
secure
We
half a point.
first the things we want to be the best in. So of the five participating countries, Nigeria is the first to go through these qualifiers. So we are glad to say we have come to the end of this event. The arbiter is entering final score. come up for our top three winners, as well as those who perform in the different categories. We have opportunity to recognize the best performing female player, the best performing under 18 player, even though they may not make the team, but we need to give them special recognition. So we have the Secretary General of the Liberia Chess Federation, who serves as the tournament director for this very special event. He will be coming up any moment to call on the winners and congratulate them as we formally close the USMCL 2025 qualifier for Liberia. So, Abitos, are you ready? Yeah. Okay, so we can take the other microphone. We have our avatar for today's match, Chief Avatar, Mr. Elijah Dennis. Will you please go on the stage, Mr. Elijah Dennis? We also call on the stage the Chief of Technology for today, our Technical Director, Mr. Melvin Weir. Please go on the stage. And those who are up there, please shift camera one on the side a little bit. Maybe at some point we'll get a word or two from the players. And then we call on the stage also Mr. Wilfred Smith, the Secretary General of the Liberia Chess Federation. We also want to announce that we have our journalists who have been here all day with us from the Freedom FM. He's taking down notes and he's going to relay happiness from here on the radio tomorrow. And also we're going to send information for our national broadcaster, Liberia Broadcasting System, and a sport journalist there who runs the show 3 p.m. every Monday is going to cover the result of today's qualifier. So without much ado, I would like to hand over to the Secretary General who will conduct the closure and the presentation of our winners, the three winners and the category winners today. Mr. Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mama. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you to all for giving up your time, your precious time, this summit to attend for one day, for the use of the good technology that we are using was stopped. And I want to say thank you to the Chief Editor, Elijah, to his our technical director for this tournament, Mr. Melvin Area. We want to appreciate you guys for your work so far. So we'll go straight to the winners of this tournament. We have 19 participants in this tournament. We can show up and one did not show up at all. So we have spot number 3. First, I want to say that we have 3 players that will qualify for the next stage, which is the next stage of the qualifier. That will be done in the soonest possible time. So we have spot number 3. Please give it up for Jacob Ghana. FM Jacob.
This is so pretty.
So we want to say thank you and congratulations for going to the next stage. The next stage of the qualifiers. We want to call on stage Kenny Zinakembo, who came second.
Wait, did we lose? Okay. Oh my goodness, did we lose him? Come back, come back.
Probably not.
Hello?
We lost them.
Was that time? Okay. All right. I know they said Jacob. Okay. Wait a minute. Here. They're coming back.
And
there we go. Okay.
Please go back to number 2. We missed out on number
2. We have Mr. Kenneth Zinakembo on our left. He came second in this tournament.
Okay,
Yay!
Canada Sina can go finish second.
That's Kennedy. Okay.
The winner of this tournament is overall for the undisputed champion Libya.
So Libya the national champion of Liberia finished spot number one.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Qualify for the best stage, and there will be announcing details that will take place into the qualifiers.
Okay,
Thank you for your time and your patience as we discuss.
okay. So please, Weber and the other technical officials, please leave the team winners so we see them across the panel, and we can take some pictures. Yes, the team winners only, and then later on our officials can come in and make some closing remarks.
So I guess the top three is Jacob, Kennedy, and David.
Oh wow.
No, starting from spot
The
number
first
one,
team.
David number one, Jacob, no, David, Kennedy, and Jacob Jara. So it's David, Leroy Devlin, spot number one. Number two, Kennedy Sina Kengo, and number three, FM Jacob Jara. So we have history here on stage. The youngest in this qualifier from the players who made the stage is the national champion Leroy Devlin, followed by Kennedy Sina Kengo, who's the current national place champion. So he's good with speeches. And then right after them is the highest starting player in the country right now, FM Jacob Jada, who used to be highly rated, but now he has still been rated. So he's also an Olympian. David Leroy Devlin played in the Budapest Olympia, and FM Jacob Jada played in the Olympia in 2018 in Batumi, Georgia, where he won his FM title. So please give it up for our team winners, and this is Team Liberia right there. So our folks in studio, if you want to talk to any of the players briefly, I can give them the headphone, and then they can take your question and answer live on camera. What do you say? Are you there, Ines?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh, questions. Well, first of all, congratulations. Congratulations
No,
to
they are not hearing you now. If I give the headphone, then they will hear your comments. Yeah.
Oh, would you be able to put the comments and speaker so everybody can? I think Inez would just like to tell everybody congratulations on a well played tournament.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me try to do that quickly. And okay, let me do that quickly. 1 second.
if if it's a challenge, if you need to proceed with what you're doing, and then I can do it later, just for the convenience. You let me know what works for you.
Congrats again. I'm also having to run, but I mean, I'm glad I was able to stick around to the very end. And I think it's on an individual basis where they will be giving the players.
You, the winner of the tournament, David Devlin, is listening to you right now. We had to make sure those sounds get out because the players are playing right in the home, and we didn't want them to hear the analysis, so we did no provision for sound to come to the podcast. For now, we are it's on the whole. This thing is to be very well.
I think you're up, Inez.
Oh, okay. So, first of all, I want to say thank you to everyone who's participated, and congratulations. This is David, Kennedy, and Jacob. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me? Should I proceed?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I can hear you. Hello. I think you hear me.
I think we may need to proceed with the award ceremony.
Yeah.
Thomas, do I need to? Okay, I'm not sure,
I'm
Brian.
hearing her, but she's not hearing me.
I think Thomas could probably proceed, and you can give your final feedback afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, for them to go ahead and
Yeah.
proceed, and then I'll come and chime in later. I don't want to interrupt the
Okay, we'll
process.
make quick adjustments, then you will be able to get zero.
Again,
I wanted
congrats and
RDHS
congrats to
panel to
Thomas
be the
again for running a
background and
well-run tournament on the ground, all the logistics, and all the arbiters and technical arbiters.
Okay,
Yes.
so I'm here with your agenda right now, and congratulations. I want to say thank you for the good performance. It shows that we have quality in our chess. If someone is the national champion, the person should be able to represent us internationally. You were in Accra in the African Individual Chess Tournament. It was to qualify for the Colombian team of Budapest, and now you have qualified for the USMCL. Any first reaction from you before we get to all that?
Well, I'm excited for once. Yeah, and I'm grateful also. It was a tough match, tough tournament. Yeah, so can't say much. Just excited.
Okay, Ines, if you can go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear. Okay. Well, congratulations. Thank you so much for your participation, and I
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so you will be part of
Are you there?
you will be part of the inaugural team, in which our season will start up here in April. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the balance of the teams, which are Kenya, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone, which they will be having their qualifier. So my question to you is, what would you most be excited about in participating with the USMCL?
Come again with the question, please.
I was saying, what excites you the most about participating with this newly formed Liberian team with the USMCL? What are you most excited? If anything.
About winning, of course. I'm excited about winning.
Okay, I guess winning excites us all. I want to say that I really am. I'm at a loss for words right now, because the work that has gone in to get this far, and just to see you guys, you know, giving your best, giving 100%, really the focus, the games are very excited, and being a novice to chess in terms of how it's played, you really gave me a bird's eye view as to the work and the commitment. So I thank you each for that, and I just welcome you to League Chess Africa and to the USMCL, United States Master Chess League. Again, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Brian, did you have a question?
Nope. Don't have a question.
Okay, so I don't know. He may be back. Do you want us to talk to each one of them? Thomas, please direct what you need from us. Okay, wait a minute. Here he is. He's back.
No, I just wanted to say congrats to the players. I mean, I know they've had a long day, a long weekend. I just want to say congrats to all the players and well done, well played, and looking forward to improvements and the games. I mean, as soon as it comes down to the team play out and how these players are going to actually work together to strengthen the team to make sure that they actually put up a strong fight against the other country.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate you always.
All right. And
Okay.
great job again, Thomas, and holding it down on the
Okay.
ground to make sure that everything was taken care of and all the logistics. And we know that's the most difficult part of an event, making sure that the event is able to
Yeah.
progress.
Okay. Well, thank you
Yes.
so much, Ryan. Always. I know you've got to run. And we'll be talking this week. Maybe Monday. I'm just kidding.
For sure, for sure. Mondays are good.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Talk to you soon. Okay. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay. So I believe that we're coming back online. Okay, Thomas. Hello. Okay, maybe this. Okay, so we'll give him a. Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Ryan had to go, but I'm still here. I just wanted to, as I said, just make sure everyone knows how much we're definitely looking forward to the team. We already have some jerseys, so we need the names and the sizes of the guys so we can get those printed up and get them out to you, and we can get some official photographs. I think you're stuck. You're frozen, Thomas. I think, first of all, I think Melvin, who has been the tech behind bringing this event online and getting all of the connections set up, with ID Chess, it's an absolutely great platform, but you also have to have the individual devices for each board per round, and keeping us updated and keeping us connected. And sometimes when we're talking about certain areas and certain countries in Africa, and sometimes the internet may not be as stable. So the guys did a fantastic job in making sure that we were able to stay connected and to be able to capture the game. So kudos to Melvin Way. Learn new names. Okay, Thomas. Anything you have for me?
Melvin, yeah.
We can, as we wrap up, because I know everyone has had long days. Okay, I think he's frozen once again. Can you hear me? Thomas, can you hear me? I'm glad this waited till now to happen.
I'm not.
Okay. We're going to hold on so that they can wrap. We definitely want to hear last words from Thomas, who is the president of the Liberian Federation, Chess Federation, between himself and the arbiters, Elijah Dennis, who is a national. Is he national master? No, it's national NA, so that might be national for Africa. Let me make sure that I get that information correct. I will double check with Thomas. And the technical director, Melvin Way, and the Secretary General, Wilford Smith. Just really a great group that came together to help us here in America. We're in America. Ryan is in the Cayman Islands, and the pulling all of that together and making it work is what we all came together. I'm looking forward to the team. So, Tom, while we have you, before you freeze.
Yes, sorry, we have the situation of internet and a lot of
That's
interruption happening because people are calling to find out who won and to congratulate the winners. So yeah, so sorry for the interruption from the internet, but
not a
yeah,
problem. I know a lot's going on. So, how are you? How are you? How do you feel? With everything done, how are you feeling?
well, I'm excited. We finally completed this process. Going into it, there were a lot of uncertainties, and we were not sure how this would play out. But I'm extremely pleased with the platform we use, using it for the first time, and I'm also glad of the participating African countries. Liberia uh, was the first, and we put all of our resources into this, and I'm looking forward to a future event in partnership with USMCL that we can do better, learning from the experience running this event. And I also look forward to continue partnership with RDHS, the group behind this incredible platform we used over the past 2 days. So we can find a way to make it mainstream in our events here because we found it very easy to use and it's
Mm-hmm.
a cost saving alternative on the market for broadcasting team because in Liberia we've been playing chess for many years, even though our federation is just 10 years old, but we have played chess for a very long time. The next
Mm-hmm.
step in our development cycle is to ensure that we take the games to the public, and the only way to
I'm sure he'll find his way back. Yeah, technology is one of those things that is great. It's great to have. It allows you to reach out and be right in the backyard of someone who's oceans away, while at the same time, it can be very problematic. But we're here, and we're Thomas. We're waiting on you.
I
So,
didn't know I went.
no problem. Take your time. I know we're using a lot of bandwidth with all the
Yes, so
fun.
sorry for the interruption, and
Mm-hmm.
I want to say we are pleased to be at the end of this process. We have our city winners who are now ready to play in the continental qualifier. We don't know which of the three will be there, but all three of them are very excited and we are proud of them. Having gone through this very building exercise of waiting in between rounds to ensure that all of the games go on live broadcast. And thanks to all those who provided support.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So what Thomas is talking about is the three players that were just selected for the team. From here, we'll have the matchups between the four countries that have entered into League Chess Africa. That's a part of the USMCL Global Program. So right now, as we said, we have Liberia, Sierra Leone, Kenya, and Nigeria. And so each of those countries will have a team that's made up of three players, and we'll have from April through June, I believe, there'll be matches that are set up between those designated countries. And from that, MVP from each country will be selected. And that will be the team that will represent Africa in the match between the continent and the USA. So, Thomas, yes, you were saying about the excitement of eventually selecting the player that will represent Liberia, and that's another reason why the matches between the countries I thought was an added benefit, because now the players, rather than just picking them right this particular match, they get to play. The countries get to play, and we get to see how the dynamics of those players come together, and then be able to pick your MVP after the completion of those matches. So I'm excited about seeing that too.
Yes, we are excited for that, and we want to say again congratulations to our team players. But before I went off, I was just about to say thanks to USMCL and all those behind this organization, and especially to you who have been there trying to provide support and connect us to our partner in the broadcast, RDHS. We look forward to strengthening this relationship. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and once again, congratulations to Jacob, Kennedy, and David, and thank you so much to all who participated in the tournament. So I'm going to let you guys go because I know it's been a long day. Y'all working hard. I'm still trying to figure out how to package this snow and get it over there to you. But in the meantime, try to stay cool. Okay. And
Thank
we'll
you.
talk soon. Thank you so much, Thomas. Appreciate you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank
All
you.
right.
Bye
You
for
guys
now.
take care.